Right. Let's see here. This first one here, damn, I'm late, as usual. Anyways, I want to get this done and everything. This is one of them about process of disclosure, and seems like Trump may not let stuff out on UFOs and stuff like that. I wanted to put this out there, get my reactions to these things. Go through a lot of different videos here. Hope everyone's had a good morning, good night, wherever you are. And I need to, Jesus Christ. My junk there. Anyways, just it. Get into this because I have a lot to say about what's going on as well. They seem to, we all know what with JFK, I've always known this for a long time that JFK and stuff was more than one shooter involved in that. Say at least two. So for right now it's two. So there's a lot of reasons not to trust the government to be telling the truth when over these decades they've been known to lie about a lot of stuff. Let's move on.
You know there are people who know, right? They know what's going on with the drones. They know what's going on with these sightings. And they haven't let us know. And Trump just...
Before anything, leave a comment, leave a like as we go through this together. I want to go through hours and hours and hours. What I should do, I have all these different tabs. I have over 1,000 tabs, okay, on UFOs and other stuff. I'm way behind on stuff.
Revealed the problem. How do I know? My
yes,
next guest,
how do you know?
Chris Cuomo here. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. Jeremy Corbell is balls deep in the UAP cover-up situation that is keeping transparency from ruling the day. And that's what it's about. At the end of the day, you can dismiss, you can play with mythology, you can try to diminish. Transparency is key to democracy. And boy, do we have a problem. And Jeremy Corbell, whether it's in his TMZ series or what he's doing with his own independent investigating, who he's brought forward, who we've wound up seeing in front of Congress, there is more to the story than we have been.
You know, there's plenty of stuff that I hate Chris Cuomo for, but there's stuff that I do like about him as well. Just like we can say the same about a lot of different people. But I like where he's doing stuff like this. It's really amazing.
Been told, and not just about UAPs. That's what Jeremy and I sat down for this time, to discuss how transparency.
Let's discuss it, baby.
Answer to us, and what's the cure?
Let's go. Legal disclaimer. This is for news, informative, freedom of the press. Put this stuff out. I want everybody to know about this stuff. including the stuff that I've had experiences with. Let's move on. Leave a like. Check him out.
Jeremy Corbell, thank you very much for being with us, as always.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me on.
So, let's start from a specific, cynical perspective. Well, that's it. Our best hope for this coming out was the new administration, because they had mocked the Biden administration about the drones that everybody cared about for about 5 minutes because of what was going on over military bases in New Jersey and elsewhere. And everybody cared. And there were so many things in the sky that didn't make sense. And Trump said, this doesn't make sense. I don't know why they can't tell you more. And then his newly minted press secretary comes out and drops a big egg on our heads and tells us the same shit Biden did. And it just makes it clear, Jeremy, we're never going to know, or we're wrong, and there's nothing to know. What do you do with that?
There's everything to know.
Yeah, I mean, so we're not wrong. This has been an institutionalized secret. There's been a legacy architecture that has protected the UFO truth from the American public. We all have high hopes. Whenever there's a change of the guard, we all have high hopes.
He's looking too good. I might have to censor his face. He's going to outshine me and stuff like that, just like all the other guys do. I might have to censor his face and just have the audio going. Just for me. I can't have people looking too good in my chat. It makes me look bad. Let's move on.
And that's good. I think we should have optimism in America. I think we should fight for, transparency and truth. That's the foundation of what we're about, I think, in America. But we're in a situation where it's possible the institutionalized secrecy on this issue and others is so powerful that people just fall in line. I hope that's not the case, Chris. I hope. But I'm seeing signaling that it might be.
So the second wave of pushback is, nah, Jay, I got you, but not with Trump. Trump is anti-deep state. He's blowing things up, man. We're going to learn about what happened to the Kennedys.
Yeah, right.
We're going to learn about Dr. King. We're going to learn about what the government's been hiding. That's who this guy is. I know he was there before and didn't do any of that, but this time I believe he's going to. And he just said, there's nothing there, man.
This is what I've been saying, is that how, they're going to lie about this probably. I don't see him putting out the truth. If he did, that'd be amazing. I could be wrong. I could be dead wrong. But I kept on saying, it would bankrupt all the major energy giants. It would have to do with a lot of the defense industry. It would do away with religion, world religions as well, mostly, except for maybe some parts of Buddhism, Taoism, stuff like that. But it would change that as well. So it would. I kept saying,
the FAA says it was just hobbyists and authorized missions and research.
Yeah, so let's step back a second. You have probably followed in history a lot more than I have about how this occurs. When you get these promises of transparency, you put people in position. They say, we're going to crack open the books. We're going to tell the truth to the American public. And you've probably seen it more than me, what occurs when the screws get tightened. And I'm not sure. Maybe this UFO secret is so big that it is worth protecting the people in power. It's just, it's very sad if that's the route we're going down. About the drones, let's just look at this really logically. This is a big story because people are seeing them. Credible people. We've actually tried to take some down. Let's not forget that this has been an ongoing situation over sensitive infrastructure in America, both at sea and also on land. The FAA did not authorize the 17 nights in a row where UFOs were buzzing Langley. They didn't authorize the untrackable drones that infiltrated at least three US, UK air bases for weeks. So these are not authorized FAA flights.
Russia,
the fact they'd come out and even say that, they know we're not dumb. They just think if they say it enough, that we're just going to buy into it. The UAP issue is literally stopping some of our armed forces from deployment. That's what I reported on in 2019. So it's so nonsensical.
What does that mean, stopping them from deployment?
So when we have restricted airspace and we have deployments going out in 2019 off the West Coast, we had deployments going out, there were workups.
Yep.
And what happened was so many of these unidentifieds were doing these incredible maneuvers, and they were doing things that were deemed dangerous when those ships were getting ready to prepare in 100 miles.
The thing is, this circumvents the FAA. This also goes, Department of Defense, the Pentagon, and the military. So, I mean, it really, I mean, they said, the FAA say that, they knew about this total bullshit and everything. So,
mile radius, they actually were going to stall the deployment. And that's not something that is rare. That is something that I get reported to all the time. It's not public news. You don't see it on mainstream news, but it's happening. So I get these people calling me up who are individuals who are fighting the ships, and they bury it. They bury it because they want to go. They don't want to miss schedule. So it is a national security issue. Absolutely. These unidentifieds that outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform what we have. And it's not new. You have nuclear bases where, and this is historic fact. You don't gotta believe me. This happened in Russia. This happened in the U.S. Probably happened in China. We'll never find out about it. Where they turn on and off nuclear weapons. This is directly related to UAP incursions. So when I say they're,
and I've heard this happening in India as well. UFOs. Yeah, I've seen this. I believe it was also caught on video, India. There's some other places as well where UFOs go to these nuclear bases and stuff like that.
Stalling deployment, it's fucking up our overseas operations and our U.S. operations. So I don't know, man. I was really disappointed about that. Maybe you have some insight. When people say we're going to crack open the books, you're going to learn about Kennedy. You're going to learn about, not anything we haven't been told about 9/11. Historically, has this happened, Chris? When people make these big promises?
Yes.
Yes.
People always. You're supposed to underpromise, overdeliver, right? That's how you impress your boss. Now we've reversed that in politics, right? You overpromise and underdeliver, and then just say, "Yeah, but the other guy's worse." And the only place it works is in politics. So we saw this specifically in the first Trump administration with JFK's assassination and Mike Pompeo, who was the head of the CIA. And what happened was, when he went and talked to his guys, he was like, "Well, this is bad for my agency. This is embarrassing and kind of unclear. And if I release this stuff, then I got to release this stuff. And if I release that stuff, then I got to release this stuff. And then they're going to know about this. And then I don't really want that. And that's not good for us in terms of how we do business." And when he was briefed that way, he went back to the president and he was like, "Hey, this is pretty simple. Do you want this to be good for you or bad for you?" And Trump was like, "I want this to be good for you." Well, then we're only going to release this stuff. And that's what it is. And let's move on. Okay. And it dovetails with what you need to listen for is what they don't mention. Okay. For example, she says FAA research, authorized hobbyists joining it, getting in on the action. Okay. What about the big ones? Nothing. What about the big ones? Oh, those are all helicopters. No, they are not. Those are all fixed wing planes. No, they are not. How do you know, Cuomo? You don't know shit. Fair. But the pilots who were seeing them said, I know what a helicopter looks like. That guy's crazy. It's not one guy. So why don't you even mention those? Why didn't you just debunk those? Why didn't you say, and those huge ones, we know what those are. So what they don't say matters. Again, with disclosure. John F. Kennedy, okay, that's a no-brainer. Bobby Kennedy, okay, no-brainer. Martin Luther King, I hope so. Yeah, got to see what's going on with that. What did he not mention that has been such a huge fancy of conspiracy theorists? Yes, but also people believing there's more there. Jeffrey Epstein.
Right.
No
mention of that getting open.
This is the thing, how some people do not want that out. And the thing is, the FC lists are already out there. I've seen stuff on Twitter. The list, Chase was involved. One thing is national security from the NSC Council, national security, people from them, from intelligence, the highest people in power and intelligence were in on Epstein. They were involved with this stuff as well. How about is that going to make, them look? Chase is involved. They had to settle out of court. They had to settle litigation of over $20 million, something like that. The list is out there on Twitter. I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. They've had lists, so it's out there. I don't know why they have this BS saying it's not out there. And they've had stuff about Bill Clinton, how Epstein had a portrait of Bill Clinton, what was those? They say that's fake. I think it actually might be real. I know he had one picture of Bill Clinton. This is from different sources of people. And it's like Epstein had it where it's like Bill Clinton was his bitch, pretty much. And all these people in power would see Bill Clinton as soon as they came in to his house. They'd see him, like this, it was clothing or whatever. I don't know if that's the exact one, but I know it's something like that. And you knew who had power. And, I've heard, he's probably an agent from Mossad and stuff. I can believe that. And everything. But there is so much, and that's stuff that's already known. I mean, the lists are out there.
Up. Right. I wonder why. So it goes to your point of what do they want to protect? Okay, so let's scratch that itch.
People in power.
If this is what all the people, my brothers and sisters in the medias make it, which is, are you this desperate to grow News Nation that you're bringing on Jeremy Corbell and talking about Martians? That's what you're doing now? If that's it is, then why don't they just blow us out of the water and say, here's how stupid what you're asking me about. Here's what we do. Right. Here's what we don't do. And here's why we're keeping this quiet, because it's Iran, it's North Korea, it's Russia, it's China, and we just don't want them to know we know. But all this other stuff is bullshit. It's never happened. Why don't they say that?
Thank you.
Yeah. So look, it's such Twilight Zone for me. So if you were standing in my shoes, so I get calls from people that their job is to protect the critical infrastructure, like power plants, nuclear sites. The employees will call me. I won't call them sources. They're not stepping over the line, but they're informing me as contacts. I've actually put that up the chain of command, to other agencies because they both wanted to be connected. What I'm being told from credible people is that there are, obviously, we do send up drones. We do send up things when things are, when there are incursions over nuclear bases. We do that. Yeah. But they have footage of absolutely non-aerodynamic craft that are coming up out of the water and hovering and loitering over these infrastructure sites. So it's Twilight Zone to me because I know directly from the people there, people fighting ships, people over these nuclear bases, that we have these incursions that are UAP, they're UFOs. Our government has to know that. The people in power have to know that. I've actually tried to facilitate for them to go get that footage that I know exists. I'm just a middleman, making sure people communicate. That's the position I've been put in. So this is like Twilight Zone to me. I hope it's not true what you're saying. I hope it's not self-preservation. I hope there's more transparency coming. But I myself have witnessed the shaping of the UAP narrative, the emerging UAP narrative. That was in a CIA document I was exposed to. That is fact. That there is an attempt to shape the narrative for personal benefit, maybe even for financial benefit.
It is.
I hope the American public is finally told the truth. But I see your point, which is that historically, the best way to predict how someone's going to act is to look at what happened in the past. Mm-hmm. And you're telling me that in the past, promises made, no transparency.
And lies.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Select Quote. Listen. If you're in the family game and you want to take care of your family and you're a provider and you have your kids right, and your significant other, you need to have a plan that includes insurance, because otherwise you're just not being responsible for yourself. I wanted to avoid it. I didn't know if it was because I had fears of, like, does that mean I'm like jinxing myself and wanting myself to die, or isn't it a waste and don't I have a long time to do it or not? There's so many different products. That also was kind of daunting to me. That's why they made SelectQuote. It's one of America's leading insurance brokers, nearly 40 years of experience. They've helped over 2 million people find over $700 billion in coverage since 1985. Now, what's the difference? Look,
that's all
most
I have.
life insurance brokers, it's more personal, right? It's like a volume business, and they have products that either works for you or doesn't. One size fits all, okay? Now, it may cost you more, may cover you less, may not be tailored to your needs. SelectQuote is the opposite of that. Their licensed insurance agents work for you. They tailor a policy for your individual needs. And you know what? It can take like 15 minutes. Do you know how short that is? Get the right life insurance for you for less at selectquote.com/Chris C. Go to selectquote.com/Chris C today and get started. That's selectquote.com/Chris C.
I had to let that because I don't want the copyright thing. I have to put that disclaimer out there. I better let this have, so otherwise I can say I didn't block.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Shopify. You want to sell. You have
How
goods.
many?
You have a service. You have something that you believe people should want and certainly need.
All right,
Shopify that the government has such power over what it tells the citizens who empower it. And yes, some shit has to be classified, of course. But it seems like we've gone crazy on the scales where they don't tell us stuff all the time. Look, for instance,
all the
TikTok.
time.
Perfect example, TikTok. So you went into the skiff. And they told you that China's doing something on TikTok that absolutely messed.
And China isn't doing anything more than their stupid intelligence is on us. It's surveillance and reconnaissance and stuff like that. You can't blame China for all that. You got our own government doing bad, evil things too. So, I mean, if you're to blame China, then you got to look at yourselves as well. I mean, you know, you do. Don't be a hypocrite about it.
With the users in a way that they could later leverage. But you're not going to tell me. No. And you're going to violate the most freedom of speech in terms of degree and number that we've ever seen in our lives, and you're not going to tell us anything. Because there is no First Amendment right to own a platform as a foreign entity, and that's what this is. Okay, but Skydance, or whatever it's called, ByteDance, whatever it's called, the ownership company is in China, but is not owned by CCP, according to the guy who was just at the inauguration. But they control all Chinese corporations, and they can get data from them. So it's what they could do. You just told me it's what you know they are doing. So if it is what they are doing, why won't you show it to me as proof? Oh, we can't. Security. Okay. And is this stuff that they're not doing on any other platform? Well, that's not what I was briefed on. So you may be shutting down a platform, importuning 170 million American users, abridging their rights and their choice of where they get to exercise speech, and you're not going to explain it at all, and you don't know if the same thing doesn't exist on the other platforms that just happen to be owned by Trump's buddy. And he may buy this one. This is the same discussion for me. Is that when did it happen that the government doesn't have to explain what it does to the rest of us? In almost every case. That's why I court you as intensely as I do.
It's like, well, we could do it to our people, but they can't. Keep in mind, I do know Chinese, India, people in India, with scams and stuff like that. You got North Korea, you got Iran, where they have attacked us and our health care and stuff like that. So, There is stuff, but there's no reason why they can't show it. And keep in mind, people, they're hackers here in America. They would do it, but they get found out, and then they be in prison, so they have to do it overseas. You got some people that come over here, learn about data, they learn about encryption, they learn how to hack over here, then they go over there to another country, it would be China, where usually it's not so much Russia, but China, Iran, or whatever. They get schooled over here a lot of the time. Then they go over there. Some don't, like in China and stuff like that. They got smart people over there. But, I mean, our medical stuff gets hacked all the time. It's just people don't know it. Whenever say the computer's down, that means it's been hacked. I know because I've done this stuff myself. I know it happens. It's just people have no idea the terminology, and they don't want to talk about it. They just say the computer's down. No, it's not. I know what goes on. I've been around that stuff. So, anyways, it's crazy. I mean, our government is answerable to the people, not the other way around. And the past generations have just been taking up the you know what.
Do because I believe that you are shedding light on this dynamic, not whether
Right.
there's life out there. Man, I'd love to know that. I'd love to know that.
Yeah, we all want to know that
It's
part.
what fuckery is going on right here that I want to
Yeah.
know about, right in this time zone.
It's funny, the UFO thing has become this touchstone for transparency from government. I've said a bunch of times, this is going to be easy way or hard way. And you're starting to see that now. What I meant by that is we have this due process, we have this idea of transparency, of representative government. If that is not done, people are going to find asymmetric techniques to come forward, things that are just kind of from left field. And you're starting to see that. We've been asking for first 10 whistleblowers. George Knapp and I will be bringing people forward after durational
George Knapp is a
conversations.
fucking legend.
How do we do this the right way? That's what I tried to do in Congress. Tried to get the Immaculate Constellation stuff out through the right way on congressional record. It took months to get to that point. If we don't do this the easy way, we are going to do this the hard way. And the UFO thing is simply one way to identify this weakness that we have in America, where the government believes, and the government in total believes, that they can hold information back about nature from the American public. So it is kind of like a bullet test of how we're going to proceed as a nation. I think this is a critical time. I'm not meaning to be dramatic, but I think we're in a crisis of journalism right now. I think that there's such an uncontrolled amount of information that is available to people. It's really hard to keep the lie going. And I see this pushback by the intelligence agencies where they're trying to shape the emerging UAP narrative, exact quote, because of the way that can control our population with information flow. It's kind of like trying to put the genie back in the bottle. You've been told UFOs are real. We have incursions. These are likely not from here, whatever that means. So maybe this is a litmus test or something like that. This is the way that we're going to learn if we are living in the America that we want to be living in, that we want to build. So I don't know, man. This is a very unique time. I really do want to keep hope. But if it's not going to happen the easy way, through the process of law, people...
It's our job. It's the people's job to push it out there. Force it out there. Put it out everywhere. It's our job to do this. Because our government's run by psychopaths and sociopaths that want to control this. They don't want the people to know. The United States is the main force in keeping UFOs a secret. We have a global supremacy, the U.S. does, on most of this stuff. Now, I remember when stuff was about to come out, I believe that the UK and France almost went against it. But we were the ones that told the UK in Europe, don't let this stuff out because it'll change the world. If people want to use it, they'll ask questions. Our governments, could be totally destroyed. All of our institutions, everything else. But the U.S. is the biggest superpower of keeping the secret around the global basis. Never mind China and Russia. Russia had all their stuff out before Putin came into power. I had some of that stuff that was classified and everything else. People could access that stuff at one point and everything. It was an awesome time until Putin came to power.
People are going to come forward. I can testify that to you. As I said in the past, they are coming forward.
They just get shit on. Like Barber and these guys, when they come forward, people find some reason. Look, this is not a new tactic. This happens in litigation all the time.
And they let out the stupid piece of shit government that we have. The assholes that they are. They put out information that he was in a mental ward or something like that. I've been in mental wards because of what's happened to me with UFOs. I've been there. I've been there because of my experiences. That doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean shit. Our piece of shit government is doing this stuff to discredit people and everything. Don't ever trust the government. Don't ever trust the government.
Jeremy Corbell comes out and says, look, I saw Chris Cuomo. He did this, this, and this. Jeremy, let me ask you, have you ever done any drugs? What does that have to do with anything? Well, and they call it, that's how you impugn somebody's character. That's how you impeach their character. And we see that happening. Now, look, we have a competing dynamic also here, which is people profit off of bullshit in a way online that they didn't before. So now you have the first dynamic, which is people like you being punished for wanting to push disclosure, okay? And the powers that be, whether they're corporate, private, or public, don't want people to know. Institutions protect themselves, and they crush you. Okay, that's bad. And then you have to force it and bring them down. Okay, that's the story we know, and that's a hard one. Now there's a competing one, which is in this digital universe. There are these people that make shit up all the time, people like me with access to real platforms have spent years magnifying minority voices on the internet as a cheap shortcut to Vox Populi. And instead of doing the hard work that you and I came up doing well, we want to know what people think about this. We're going to have to go to the population that's affected, and we're going to have to keep asking. We're going to have to get the universe of ideas, and we're going to have, and all that rigor, and it's expensive, and it takes time. And now we just look at the tweets, and we have magnified minorities, and a lot of these guys are just profiteers. I know that they have 9 green men hidden in a room in Arizona, Area 51, all of this mythology for profit. So now you got these boobs who deserve to be dismissed. And you have the dynamic of them trying to crush anyone who wants to change their rules. And you have us in the middle. And that is a vice. Because you got these guys not wanting you to drive it, Jeremy, because they're looking to get paid, man. And you're in the way of them getting paid because they're selling a fiction. And you got these guys, they don't want you there because they want you out of the way. And they want to do what they want to do and not have to tell anybody anything. That's a double fix.
Their narrative. Their story.
Man. Lies die on the vine, though. I've seen this, the character assassination. When David Grush came forward, by the way, David Grush was telling you how it was, how it is. I verified with George Knapp for a year. He was in the position, he said. He did the jobs, he said. He had the access, he said. And he said the quiet part out loud. That gave a sort of tacit permission for other people to come forward. That's what you're seeing. Now, not to believe everybody. You need to analyze everything. But when you're talking about the profiteering off of the kind of dismissive, character assassination attempts, we saw that with David Grush when an intelligence agency leaked his PTSD files to a journalist who was a shill for the intelligence agencies.
It was Dave Grush.
If people understand
Grush,
that this is the way
right.
that you start to cover up a truth that has been told, then they get wise to it, man. So I have optimism. I have optimism that despite that signal to noise issue and those blatant attempts to attack the characters of people trying to push for transparency and truth.
They're desperate. It means that they're fucking desperate. You know, they'll do anything to attack people. And me, I have been almost institutionalized. I've actually been in a mental hospital a couple times. Not inside a hospital, but, you know, just like in a type of ward and stuff like that. I also committed suicide because of what happened to me, because of my experiences, and people attack me and stuff like that. And so you have these experiences that are real, not fake. This is one reason why I hate the government, because it's like of our experiences that we've gone through. And if you know from the inside, I know politicians personally that said they could get away with murder. Personally, know them. And they got natural immunity and stuff like that to a certain degree. They get away with a lot of stuff, a lot of lies. Politicians all the time. And stuff. And what's happening. And people getting sick and dying. My own father got cancer from serving the country. Other guys, other men and women did. They try to cover it up. There's a lot of stuff.
We don't got to worry about it too much. They can say it over and over, loud and loud. Ultimately, the facts are the facts. So I don't know. Maybe
I don't know where your confidence comes from. I don't know how you get past it. I mean, until one of these guys who runs these agencies wants to run for office,
right,
and says, "I want to change the culture." See, and then here's why: it's the opportunism that keeps getting in the way of the real goal of transparency. So, for instance, Elon enters the picture. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this guy's great. He should be a great advocate.
Let's get to Elon Musk. He has tens and tens of trillions invested in his own space industrial complex. Do you think he wants UFOs and all this stuff, you know, declassified? Elon Musk before said that he's seen UFOs. He's had a picture of UFOs. And then he backtracks. He changes everything, changes the story, and says, oh, they can't be real. They can't be real because we don't know about. Well, that's BS, because UFOs are seen in space all the time. They're seen on the moon, they're seen on Mars, they're seen around Jupiter, they're seen around the moons of Jupiter, Saturn, all around space. They're seen around Venus. They're seen everywhere. And the thing is, I say, oh, maybe Elon Musk could make the magic propulsion system, stuff like that, safer, where the stuff that we're using right now is dirty. It's radioactive. It can kill us. I think that's where he could come in. But when you have Elon Musk, and you know, you got Trump, and there's stuff I hate and like about both these guys. And so just like there's these people like and hate about me and stuff like that. It's just the way it is. But I mean, with Dodge, I like him in that. I don't like what he did with Ukraine. Everyone has their opinion about that, saying that Russia is the good guy, and that's full of bullshit. Because I've done a lot of intelligence, a lot of stories on Russia, and I know a lot more about Putin than most people do, and everything. So they both pissed me off on that. But,
for the UAP stuff, the guy sends shit into space. This is like great. You know what I mean? He's going to be the guy. He never talks about this. He's at USAID. He's like going after AIDS in South Africa. One minute, he's trashing South Africa. The next minute, he's meeting with the president and talking about how, you know, they made sure that misinformation isn't a problem. You're the one spreading it. So, like, he would be the...
Well, I mean, with South Africa, they do have those things. People can look it up. Where, black leaders called for the genocide of whites. And that's why they did it. So that, yes, if we're to give aid to a country whereas groups of people that call for the genocide of any race whatsoever, we should be giving them money. They have to earn it. And of course, me about Ukraine is that they're actually fighting. It isn't like Afghanistan where the people wouldn't fight. They depended on us to do the fighting for them, which is total BS. At least in Ukraine, they're doing it.
The great change agent, but now the guy gets a taste of what the power can do for you, and all of a sudden he's got his own agenda, and he doesn't care about the UAP UFO thing anymore. He used to always be commenting on posts like yours and be like, yeah, what about that? When are we going to find out? We're going to doge that shit and get it out. And now all of a sudden he's more interested in Asia and Africa and cutting the money for it. Then why isn't he running right at this issue?
There's stuff I just,
you know what I mean? You want to help the American people and get better governance. Why don't you let me know where these hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent? Yeah. Not money for mosquito nets.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's always been a little bit odd about the UAP issue in that he would.
You could have just stopped at odd.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I don't know. I think that it has to come from us. Like, again, maybe I'm an eternal optimist. I've been pushing for so long just to get core truth out there about this. I see these little whispers that it's going to be good, that we're going to get to that next level of truth about this. Look, the fact of the matter is, if you were standing in my shoes, the fact of the matter is, the UAP issue, it's real. We have craft of unknown origin. We've been trying to reverse engineer them. I believe this is now becoming about money. I see huge billionaires influencing politics, influencing the flow of information of whistleblowers. It's so obvious to me that there's a changing of the guard. When we had CIA shut down the transfer of a UFO from Lockheed Martin to the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, this is well documented. The head of the DIA UFO program came on my show. He said, we have a UFO.
DIA, for those that don't know the acronym, that's Defense Intelligence Agency. It's like a cartel. It's like cartel and the mafia that runs this secrecy, and you got DARPA and all this other stuff. There are lasers that could dice people up. I saw one guy make these lasers, and we got lasers that could just turn us into diced, Swiss cheese, or turn us into diced ham or whatever. I mean, it would blow people's mind, the tech that we got. I mean, we got super lasers and all this other stuff.
We breached the whole of it. I don't know if he went as far as to say I was inside of it, but he was inside of it. So we have an admission on one level. So we know it's true. But on the other end, we have this new guard coming in that I think they're going to profit financially from having whistleblowers come to them first, from shaping the emerging UAP narrative. I hate seeing the world that way, but if that is the way the world is,
that's what it is,
that's the world we got to work in. If we can crack the code on the UAP thing, just get ground truth on this, it's going to open up just an absolute flow of information in other areas. I'm not going to be cynical about it, Chris. I'm going to keep an open mind. We'll keep people accountable. But I think that we have an opportunity still. We have to push. The public has to push.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from AG1. You got to take care of yourself with The Chris Cuomo Project is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. Congratulations. You've survived 2024. Now, the question is, how are you as a business owner or CMO, how are you going to ensure that your business continues to survive, but even more so,
the things I go through to save myself from copyright strike,
that it thrives? How about using something that's reliable, that's stable, especially for your marketing efforts, that will allow you to tap into the power of podcast and radio. Clearly, I believe in that reach, which is why I'm in that space. But let me give you a fact. In the United States, audio reaches more than social media and digital combined. So enter radioactive media. They know how to launch, optimize, and scale performance by building compelling audio campaigns. And the key is they work. Why? They have a personal approach, they have knowledge, they have experience, they have a track record. Go to radioactivemedia.com or text Chris to 511-511. Text Chris to 511-511 today. Message and data rates, of course, they apply. What do you think are 5 things that are knowable, that are not known right now?
About the UFOs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else?
Ground truth about UFOs. They've been here a long time.
No, we're talking about lipstick.
We don't know exactly where they're from, but we know that there's an advanced technology that we cannot duplicate, we cannot replicate. So they were created somewhere else by somebody else. There's an enormous amount of power, and that is the reason why this was originally held back. The atomic program, like UFOs, or sorry, the about nuclear physics, but no one's giving you the recipe for to build a nuke. UFOs are kind of like that. That is a knowable thing. It's easy to say. Even my friend Bob Lazar, very controversial figure in the UFO world, but even when he was working on the program, he said, look, the American public should know it's true. We're not alone in the universe. Wherever these things are from, core truth should be known. You don't have to give people the recipe for the propulsion systems.
It isn't just Bob Lazar, but other people say that are reticuli, you know. That's for a number of people have said that. The Hills as well, they're abducted and stuff like that. Again, this is where Dr. Greer is dead wrong about saying that all ETs are peaceful. They're not all peaceful. There are a lot that are. But, you know, a lot of these things happen, you know, abductions were happening before, you know, there was, I should say, some of the treaties that we had with ETs and stuff like that, technology and stuff like that, abductions, whatever.
It can be weaponized. So what are 5 things that I think we can know? I think we could admit, like, just like in the MK Ultra stuff, which is a historic fact, right? Manipulation by intelligence agencies on the American public. We should know the fuckery that was going on. We should be told that we've been trying our best to exploit these technologies, that they're not from here, that we're not alone in the universe, whatever that means, and that we've been doing our best. If we can tell people that core truth, then we can move forward. It's like an alcoholic. If you don't admit there's a problem, you're never going to be able to deal with it. We need to admit that the overclassification and secrecy has stunted our growth as a nation and our growth as human beings.
See, and that's why 2 of those points fight each other, right? That the lack of transparency, you can't be doing your best.
Right.
You can't be doing your best because you're doing it in secret. And again, if you're doing it in secret because you don't want the people you're doing it to know, here's my problem with that. It's the same problem I have when people say, you just told the terrorists that the subways are vulnerable. They know.
Yes, they know that.
Whatever
just like the Chinese know about our most top secret stuff. They're keeping secrets away from the civilians because they want to control it. It has nothing to do with national security. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. That's what it is. And they say, oh, it's about, you know, keeping this technology. They have it. They have it. They know about it. They got satellites. They got, you know, hypersonic craft that they can use. They got re-engineered craft that can look in any time they want and look at the most top secret installations. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all a bunch of lies and BS, no matter what. That's what it is.
I'm reporting, it's stuff that I found out that someone else found out about what the bad guys already know. So I'm reporting what they know so you can beware of what can be done to you. The idea that well, we can't
Good
be transparent because then the bad guys will know. They already know. Whoever sent it over here knows they sent it and that they didn't get it back. So they know you have it. And that's a bullshit defense mechanism.
Exactly.
That's a great point. That's a really great point. A lot of people say, you know, we can't tell our friends without telling our enemies. The thing is, you're absolutely right. Like, we don't need these, like, so some people are trying to pretend that these drones over nuclear facilities were adversarial nations. The thing is that we have adversarial nations who have embedded spies within those actual facilities. We don't need to hover with lights on with these extreme machines to look down on a base. That's a display of force. That's a display of power. So
that's the thing. They're already inside the facilities, these nuclear facilities. So they're inside, you know, what, F-35s, the Lightning F-35, stuff like that. They've been in the military. They have intelligence above top secret clearance.
I think you hit a really important point there, which is that we absolutely, when we're reporting the news, we're informing people of something they should be aware of. This is not giving information to the enemy. It just isn't.
And look, I get why the military plays with that. I'll tell you when it worked best. Now, people will say, what does this have to do with UFOs?
Communist aggression.
It's all about how they handle being asked to discuss things that don't work to the advantage of the people in power, okay? And I'm not saying anti-government. I'm not anti-government. During the war in Iraq, that's how old I am. We're covering the war, and people are dying. That's what happens. You did not get to see dead American soldiers.
Right.
You did not really get full examination of yellow cake and unenriched uranium and all the other bullshit that Bush used to send us in to Iraq. And to this day, his press secretary will be like, oh, no, it was real, Ari Fleischer, because we never really got around to the straight up debunking.
Well, the thing is, it was real. They had stuff there, but from what I got from intelligence is that the Russians got it all out. And there was some special forces that did come into contact with contamination. I've had soldiers that were there looking for stuff. They never found anything. And then there were some. It's like with UFOs, how they say the stuff didn't exist, but yet it did. He has his intelligence, I got mine, and stuff like that. But what happened was that they really squashed those guys, special operations and other people. Again, I had from both sides. People that were there looking for stuff, they never saw anything. So conservative believe there's nothing there. And the Russians got that stuff out. And there was some stuff that remained there. But, I mean, we're getting to a lot of different stuff. You know, but, you know, Bush and everything, oh my God, man. I mean, we were all gung-ho. You know, like, we were there, you know, support troops and stuff like that, and Patriot Act, and how the Patriot Act really bit us in the butt, and we paid a price dearly for that we shouldn't have. And it should never be renewed. It should never have.
Why? Because it was bad for the people in power at the time.
Yes,
and they would say, you can't talk about that. You're going to affect operational security on the ground. You're going to hurt the fighting men and women because you're saying shit that it's going to make people hate them. And you can't show the dead because the families haven't been told yet. And you're disrespecting the families. And
yeah, in Vietnam, it was a lot different in Vietnam, where they would show, they had that shown. And families didn't even know at the time. And we could only get it out. In Vietnam, we had like, was it 24 hours? It took about 24 hours for stuff to get all the way from Hanoi, you know, then to Guam, or in Japan, Guam, stuff like that, get over here. There's a lot there. We didn't have internet, which is kind of cool that we did. But anyways, so you had mothers, fathers, you had children. The first time that they heard or they knew that their son was killed in action was from seeing it, their baby boys killed in action on CBS, NBC. Walter Cronkite, he was the figurehead of news with the Vietnam War and stuff like that. It is fucking terrible. And so with the not the Gulf War, the Iraq War, this stuff, both of them actually, you wanted to control that, and I see why. I definitely see why, because how Vietnam really shaped things and turned the people against the war. That's what happened. So they wanted to control that and say. And I see why with you want the family to know first. I see why with that. And I see his side too. I see both sides. I definitely do.
Always thought, especially on the second one, if it were my family member, God forbid, what would I want most? What I would want most is to know that my loved one had value, and that their sacrifice was meaningful and was highlighted and remembered. I wouldn't want to hide the fact that they died in Iraq. I would want people to know that that's what just happened, and I'd want them to see it. Because look what just happened to us, for you.
Well, most don't.
And
want
it always
people,
bothered me,
see,
but it worked, Jeremy. And that's what they are doing right now. Is that, one, I have nothing to tell you. I have nothing to tell you. Okay, now I know you have something to tell me. But I can't tell you that. Why? You're going to hurt everybody else. You're going to hurt America. You're going to compromise things that are supposed to matter to us. And for what? A scoop? Oh, all right. So there is stuff to know, but you think it's too important for us to know. So why don't you tell us that? No, I'm not going to tell you that either. That's what we're dealing with here. And then they dismiss us with the Martian shit. That, and I say to people all the time, and I got to tell you, it's lefties and righties. Lefties and righties who believe that they have more credibility discussing whether Biden is an agent of Ukraine or whether Trump is a felony machine than talking about whether or not there's a transparency issue when it comes to this stuff. And I'm telling you, transparency is, if I could do one thing, wave a wand with government, it would be transparency. And I will never believe that the American people can't handle the truth. Never.
Yeah, Clinton tried to bring this out. Bullshit. He did. Bill Clinton, at the time, he worked with John Podesta. Webster Hubbell, first thing he did when he got into office was he asked, who killed John F. Kennedy? What's up with UFO?
First, though, for that, I remember talking with this adult star that I've known of through the years, and she wanted to know stuff about everything about UFOs. And at that time, I wasn't going to talk about alien abduction and stuff like that, because that's what scares the shit out of people. And I told her stuff I wouldn't talk about, stuff like that and everything. For those reasons, people don't like to hear about. They don't. Even though it happens, they don't. And so it's like after that, she stopped asking me about, UFOs and stuff like that, what I knew and everything like that. So I kind of regret it, but I don't like giving people like her, nightmares. I don't like doing that, but now I just think everything should come out.
And man, he was shut down. Webster Hubbell, if you look what happened to him, absolutely shut down. So maybe these secrets institutionally, they're so guarded. But let's play off the idea you just are telling me. is there a benefit to our now elected president to tell the truth about what happened to Kennedy? Maybe there is, right? Maybe there is a benefit personally to kind of shine a light on what happened. We know Kennedy was killed in an organized fashion.
I don't know I don't know how you do it without forever tarnishing. Although, look, I don't know why Trump wouldn't want this again.
Right.
I don't know how you do it without making people realize that one or more of our government agencies was either passive.
I remember seeing papers. This is in the 80s. I saw this stuff, or early 90s. You had the FBI, you had Houston police, you know, you had all these agencies. You had the CIA, you had Central Intelligence where they could implant memories and stuff like that, where MK Ultra stuff was being used, and how they could switch a person's mind off from who they were to turn them into an assassin. Like that. Like that. The click could do that with people. We've had programs like that. It goes with psychic programs, psionics, and stuff like that. They go hand in hand together. And you have the FBI that also took part in this corruption with assassination. They knew about it. They had law enforcement also hushed up. They knew stuff. And they had these people, you had policemen and other people saying, hey, I was told to cover this up. It's a lot bigger. You had the mob. You have people in the mob say, yeah, we were in it. We were in it on this. We knew about it. JFK and RFK wronged us. Plenty of guys in the mob have said that. And, RFK, JFK made the mob promises they did not keep, especially getting them elected. And like I keep saying, anybody that knows the mob, you don't get anything for free in the mob, in the mafia. You have to pay back. Joseph Kennedy, their father, was in the mob. He was in the mafia. He warned them as well.
Or active in the plot to kill a president.
Right.
And I don't know how you do that and don't have people never want to trust government again, unless, seeing how they're all dead now anyway, the people who were involved in this, right? You say it and say, we'll never let this happen again. And we're going to change things. And now it works for you. No one wanted to tell you guys this all these years. I'm different. And if I'm different in a material way, because I'm showing you, right? You only know what I show, and I'm showing. Then you'll trust me when I say I'm going to fix shit. And they won't do it this way anymore. And here's the new safeguard that I'm putting in. That's what I don't get about it. It seems like it's a winning proposition, not a losing one, because they're all dead,
I
Jeremy.
Agree.
It's not like you and I have to go to jail for this to come out, you know?
Right.
You'd earn so much trust from the American public if you just came clean on some of our dirty secrets. Look, every nation is imperfect. The goal is to make it more perfect, to make it a better place foundationally that we're going to live in. So we use the UFO thing just as like a barometer for that, or I do. But like really what I'm trying to do is live in the world that I want to try to create the world that I want to live in. That's what we should all be fighting for. We do have a special nation. We do have a special opportunity where we live, but we really need to come to terms with the secrets of the past and how we've harmed ourselves. So I got to remain optimistic, man. No matter, I'm like the guy that's on his back, that's getting beat up, that's like, so I still got a chance. Like with the UFO thing, it's constantly like that, man. But we have to fight for this, man. We have to fight for the truth on this ground truth.
Well, look,
it keeps
here's
it
the
going.
beautiful.
It keeps it going where some of us others are just pissed off about everything. You know, it's a good thing to have that. It is.
Thing about it is that you just articulated two of the oldest ideas in faith. Two of the oldest ideas in faith. Christianity, the great you know, he was a scientist and a Christian, but he was not a Christian scientist. He was a paleontologist. Teilhard de Chardin called it being a collaborator in creation. And his famous quote was, "All that matters is dedication."
The religion of paleontology, dinosaurs. Who am I to judge? You worship dinosaurs? That's
To something bigger than yourself. That's what we're talking about here, bedrock Christianity. The Jews have two different ideas that, of course, the Christians borrowed because Judaism came first.
Yes.
Tikkun Olam and Tzedakah. Tikkun Olam is to repair the universe, which is, that's why we're here, man, is it's imperfect. God left it that way, and that's the work of man. And Tzedakah is to have a spirit of interdependence and interconnectedness with one another, that either everybody gets there or nobody does. So these are some of the oldest ideas, and the irony is that we're living in a country where people will put that little Star of David on, not so commonly them, but the crucifix, absolutely commonly, and then act in ways that are complete anathema with their own dogma, which is they're going to shit on us because you want transparency and we're just trying to make this a better place, and all they're playing to is advantage of one side or the other. And even when it works in their favor, they'll shift like that to support the side. So Trump says what Biden told you about the drones was bullshit. I know they know more, I'll tell you. He then puts out the same fucking thing, says, I gave you more, and they believe it. And they say, because they just want to be about their side, not about getting things better. They just wanted advantage. And that's what pisses me off, is that now Trumpers say, see, he did it on the drones. He did what on the drones? What do I know that I didn't know before?
Yeah, it was an absolute whitewash. It was absolutely fucking ridiculous. But, you know, look, man, I think that if we continue, like, I don't know what you think about these new whistleblowers coming forward. We've been asking for that. Whether or not it's correct information or you trust it, that's great. That's up to you. But you notice that people are coming forward. I just think once we notice, like on a deep level, once we notice that we have influence, like every viewer right now watching your show, my mom loves your show. She's like, that guy tells it like it is. You know, all those people that are watching your show, all those people viewing in right now have such a much deeper power than they think to influence the way that this goes. Transparency in government and just the next like 4 years of our lives. I think if we don't take the power away from ourselves and we say we're going to push for what's right, we are stronger than the representatives who might be betraying us. So I don't know. Again, I'm an eternal optimist, dude. I think that we can get there, but we need to keep pushing.
What comes next?
For me or for the UFO thing?
Both.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I'm kind of recalibrating right now. I need to decide what is the most influential thing I can do to bring this topic into pop culture, get the conversation going, and force representative government to represent us. So I don't know, I always got tricks up my sleeve. We'll see what happens. But I think with the UFO thing, we're going to have people coming forward telling you about how they participated in this cover-up, or how they got exposed to the fact that this has been covered up. And I think that that's what's next, is we have to become good listeners, and we need to hear what people have to say. Then we need to dissect it, we need to judge it, and we need to force more information on this coming out. It's going to be a marathon. This is not going to be a sprint. It's going to be a marathon unless we get really lucky to it's the self-benefit of this administration to tell us the honest truth about any of these topics we just said. I don't know. We got to fight, man.
So do you think
we do.
Trump does it for us?
Facts.
Or Trump has it done to him, and that's how it comes out?
Neither. It's going to come from us. It's going to come from whistleblowers coming forward, breaking from the fold, taking the risk, ruining their careers, telling you how it is. The second people come on camera with me and George, they're done, man. They're not going back into government, and they know that. But that's how it's going to be done. It's going to be the hard way, man. People are going to leak videos. People are going to leak memos. People are going to come forward by face, tell you how it is, what they were involved in. That's the way forward. It just is. And as a reporter, I'm going to report on it. That is my constitutional right for public good, to absorb information, put it out to the public. I'm going to do my best despite people trying to stop good reporting these days, like agencies.
Well, the pushback is clear. What we can do about it remains to be seen, and I am here for it. So as they say, let's get after it. Jeremy Corbell, thank.
Right, that was pretty good. I want to see what this guy. I want to go over a little bit of this. I mean, the last one was good. Last one was good. You know, Chris Cuomo. I don't even think I probably have AI director. This from News Nation. Give Chris Cuomo a look again if you haven't. Leave a like on that. That was a good one. This is what I do for the press and put out my own experiences with people and to get stuff out. It's something we all need to do. AI director, I want to see this because I hate AI mostly. I hate it because AI is more about replacing humans than it is helping. But AI director, you can't really disclosure without accountability. Let's see it. I did fast forward go through this. This is again free of the press. I've put this out. Transformative. This from News Nation. Ross Coulthart. I just want to get to the right. She looks too good. I have to censor her because she's outshining me. But anyways, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous. Can we get this?
Spirit has been dimmed by veil of secrecy.
Once again, that's chuckdefense.com/Ross. Now, let's get on and enjoy the show.
For too long, the American spirit has been dimmed by a veil of secrecy, by a government that has grown too comfortable in the shadows, denying us the transparency we deserve. But today, we stand at the dawn of a new era where the light of truth begins to shine through. A few weeks ago, President Donald Trump made a historic announcement. With the stroke of a pen, he committed to declassifying the files concerning the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. A decision not just monumental, but pivotal. It is with profound honor that I have been entrusted by Speaker Mike Johnson and Chairman James Comer to lead the House Oversight Task Force on declassification of federal secrets. This will no longer be a task force that makes bold promises only to fade into irrelevance or send strongly worded letters. This will be a relentless pursuit of truth and transparency, and we will not stop until the American people have the answers they deserve. We'll be conducting investigations into the following: the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, unidentified aerial phenomena, also known as UAPs, unidentified submerged objects, also known as USOs, the Epstein client list, the origins of COVID-19, and the 9/11 files. Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were two shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public. The biggest information problems that we've had with UAPs is the amount of stonewalling, stovepiping, and also it seems that there is this push to gaslight the American people into looking at the evidence and then not fully believing it. Why is it that members of Congress who are given a top secret security clearance are being denied access?
G'day and welcome back to Reality Check. I'm Ross Coulthart, and today we're interviewing Matthew Pines, who's just taken on the role as Executive Director of a DC-based think tank called the Bitcoin Policy Institute, which is a non-profit that explores and researches the policy and societal implications of Bitcoin and cyber currency. But of course, that's not why we've brought him here today. In previous roles, he's advised the US government on national preparedness and emerging technology, and he's also served as Director of Intelligence for a geopolitical and cyber security consultancy.
That's impressive.
Matthew studied physics and philosophy at Johns Hopkins University and went on to earn a master's degree with distinction from the London School of Economics. He's also been conspicuous in his commentary and analysis on the emerging UAP mystery. Is there a cover-up? And in that capacity,
Yes,
he's
of course
taken on a
there is.
role as a strategic advisor for Alex Clocus's Enia Explorers Club, which includes Jake Barber's Skywatcher operation. And incredible as it may sound to the people that Matthew probably normally advises, Skywatcher has at its heart allegations that a cadre of people inside the US government and private aerospace have secretly colluded to conceal the recovery of non-human technology,
No
alien
way.
craft, from public knowledge. Skywatcher is an independent, private equity-funded initiative that intends to prove something the Pentagon categorically denies, that there is evidence of non-human intelligence engaging with this planet, and that alien tech really has been and can be recovered and hopefully reverse engineered, this time
There's
by
reason-
good old-fashioned...
All right, Ross. Hold on, brother. As I say, with UFOs and everything like that, we need to stop calling it technology, because there are spirits and that's magic and stuff. What those UFOs contain are spirits. Some are beings, some are not, some artificial intelligence, stuff like that. Depends. But it's not so much technology, it's how humans, it's the only way humans can translate, unless you know some stuff. It's like me, I've had some psychic stuff as well. So when you know about this stuff, it's a lot different. It's about the spirit, it's magic. The tech equals magic equals spirit, stuff like that. I said in other videos, there's way to go by case basis and everything, but
capitalistic private enterprise through Skywatcher rather than the dark forces of the so-called deep state. Matthew Pines, I have to say, firstly, welcome to Reality Check, and isn't covering UAPs one hell of a pivot from what you normally do in the sober world of national security?
Well, first off, thank you, Ross. I've admired your work, and I appreciate you bringing me on to your show. It may seem like that, but my through line throughout my sort of academic and professional career has always been thinking about one frontier subjects. When I was a young lad, I thought I was going to get a PhD in physics, maybe even a PhD in philosophy at the same time. So I was always interested in these more foundational and kind of frontier questions, and then embarked on a career in national security where a lot of the analysis and work I did was focused on these what-if questions. Like, what if there is a improvised nuclear device sort of terrorist attack? What if there is full-on nuclear war? What if there are crippling cyber attacks? What if you have global pandemics? These sort of low probability, high consequence events are things the government has to plan and prepare for. And so I did a lot of analysis exercises, operational experimentation, to try to sketch out what that scenarios what those scenarios might look like. And so UAPs, right, as sort of fantastical as they are, they sort of represent maybe the most high consequence and maybe prima facie low probability scenario, but which would have significant implications. And so even if you think it's unlikely, you have to take it seriously if there are credible indications, as came to the fore over the past number of years, that this is a scenario that can't just be dismissed. And so then, wearing my normal sort of analytic national security hat on, this is a what if scenario that had to be addressed very.
One thing that I didn't like about when I was watching just a little few minutes of this is that I hate how people try to use big words that people don't understand to make themselves look smart. It actually pisses me off. Just use English to have big words, because you're not so smart when you try to use big words that not everybody understands and stuff like that. I hate it. It's just stupid. But anyways,
very seriously. And I think it's only become more pressing over the years.
I noticed, Matthew, that just a few days ago you tweeted the answer
I want to get to
refers to as the deep state, concealing the existence of recovered non-human technology. What's your position?
I think it is very likely that we have recovered technologies of unknown origin as referenced in the UAP Disclosure Act, and that technologies of unknown origin refers to technologies that can't be associated with a known means of human manufacture, and that we've sort of prosaically termed non-human intelligence as the standard origin. And I believe that is likely the case.
If a man of your undoubted intelligence and capabilities comes to that conclusion based on the available evidence,
it doesn't matter how smart they are. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I hate that guy. He's a real piece of shit because he's tried to make like UFOs are not real, and he works inside the Pentagon or has. So he has a reason not to admit about UFOs not existing. Same with, he's a Jewish guy, smart astrophysicist guy. Michael Weinstein, something like that, I forgot. But they're not smart to me. If you don't know about ETs, you don't know about this stuff like some of us do, then I believe you're an idiot. You're not smart to me. You're just not. To me, you're an idiot for not knowing your own world. You're in your own shell, your own little box, and everything, and you're stuck there back in Neanderthal times, and physics and quantum mechanics and all this stuff. It needs to be totally thrown out with what's really out there, and that stuff needs to be taught. That UFOs and ETs and spirit, magic, technology, stuff like that is real.
What the hell's going on in Congress? Because this is really what I'm interested in getting from you, is you've worked in Congress. I noticed that you've got on your CV, you've worked for a congressman yourself. What's going on in the House? Because they're pretty junior people on this Nancy Mace, I beg your pardon, on this Anna Paulina Luna committee that's doing the task force into UAPs. Are we really going to see any moving of the needle with this committee that's been set up to investigate UAPs?
I'm cautiously optimistic. I think in our modern American political environment, there's always a mix between the show, right? Things done for sort of mimetic intention to sort of draw attention and improve kind of the personal status of these individuals. And most individuals in American politics, fundamentally, they have to be celebrities to be reelected. And there's a lot of attention there's a lot of motivation that is about attracting attention and trying to carve out a niche, right? So that's just a fundamental dynamic in American politics at the moment. And I think there's a number of these individuals that have sort of seized on this topic as, their cause celeb. Now, that means there's always two levels going on. There's kind of what you would call more the trivial level, the level of social media, of attention-grabbing announcements and, kind of somewhat hyperbolic claims, maybe even hyper-partisan claims. And then there's the second level, which is the structural level, which is this is a task force that's, duly convened as part of the House Oversight Committee. The chairman of that committee has said that he'll, support subpoenas if necessary, and that the subjects of their investigations are not just UAPs, but sort of a whole litany of kind of legacy historical, discussions around, fraught issues, right? JFK, COVID origins, et cetera. Now, one critical dynamic is that these are the same party as the party in power, and the new officials that have been appointed and nominated to serve as, cabinet secretaries overseeing these different bureaucracies will be the subjects of subpoenas, nominally from members of their own party on the Hill. And usually that's not the way things work, right? Usually there's a level of comedy and deference and sort of cooperation behind the scenes. So one way this could play out, essentially these meetings, these hearings, and maybe documents that ultimately get produced are sort of provided voluntarily by the responsible agencies, and it's just a means of essentially front dooring or front facing material that they maybe would have otherwise a difficult issue kind of issuing themselves, right? And this is a convenient kind of bounce pass for some information.
Okay, Matthew, I'm going to promote you. I mean, you're an expert in national security and emerging technologies, and I've decided as the new president to appoint you as the National Security Advisor. And on the very first day that you get into the job at the National Security Council, a chap in uniform comes in, sits you down, and gives you the briefing on the legacy program. And he leans across, fixes eyes with you, and he says, "Sir, this is an incredibly sensitive national security secret. We have technology, we have weaponry, propulsion systems, energy systems that, yes, we have probably illegally kept from the knowledge of the Congress and indeed from the knowledge of previous presidents. But I appeal to you, sir, as the new National Security Advisor, to think very carefully about what you do now. What are you going to do, Matthew? What are you going to do?" And I suspect that's happening in the White House right now. I suspect there's a decision being made. I'm told that the block is happening at presidential level, that previous presidents haven't been briefed, and that the approaches have been made by the Pentagon at National Security Council level. What are you going to do as a new National Security Council head, making that decision? What should we be taking into account?
Well, my first question is, how can you ensure that it won't come out in any other way? In which case, I'm facing a much bigger problem, right? Because if you can truly constrain the option set for me, which is either stays in the box like it has been for 80 years, and we can maintain unparalleled, strategic overmatch over our rivals while, keeping a fundamental asymmetry of knowledge with respect to society and a democracy that we would maybe feel uncomfortable with, but fundamentally it's sustainable. The question, if I'm not scared,
I think this is a problem with some of the other whistleblowers as well. So, is that they only think about it in terms of military, and this is why Lou Elizondo, Barber, and some of these other whistleblowers have gotten attacked, because they see some of them as being pretty much, inserted their oh god, got the right word, I can't believe it. Plants, that they're plants for the military industrial complex, for intelligence and stuff like that. And there's only so much that, like with the Lou Elizondo, you can't say everything, and I get where we need to. I don't like where some of them get, where they're pro-military and they believe in the military-industrial complex. I don't support that. It's a part of the problem. They are the problem, and it's one reason why they get attacked, and other people like Lou Elizondo, where they say he hasn't said enough to prove he has. He's said enough to me, at least. For me, not to me, for me, because of stuff that I already know. So it doesn't matter, pretty much, what people say, but it's like, this is a problem where these guys are like part of the institution. They're part of the same school. Military and stuff like that. That stuff has to go. It's corrupt.
Oh, I'm not letting you to get away with that one. So, as the new National Security Advisor, you would heed, if you could get away with it, you would heed the request for secrecy. You would defer to secrecy rather than openness in the interests of protecting these technologies.
Well, so I'm trying to mentally model, like, say, Waltz, right, as National Security Advisor. And I know the questions he would ask is, like, this is a false dichotomy, right? Usually when you're being briefed up by your underlings who are telling you, like, usually they're framing an issue.
Underlings. Wow, underlings. So we're underlings. I don't know. I mean, this is what I'm feeling. This is the vibes that I'm feeling. Is that you want to keep this shit secret. And they already have the adversaries. I hate these. So tells you I have to change German. which I probably should do in our program. But this is the whole BS of it. Is that we're one planet, we're one people. UFOs, all stuff comes out. The stupid government adversary wars thing has to go. It does. In a lot of ways that can help. We don't have all these stupid ass wars, stupid religions, and tribal warfare, ancient tribes, thousands of years old, have changed their gods and stuff like that over time, which they have, things change over thousands of years. Because I've done history on a lot of these religions as well. But
to try to box you into a certain option, and your role as a principal is to sort of challenge that false dichotomy, look for and make sure that there are all these options being recommended to you that represent the full spectrum, that you're not being sort of given a false choice. And so that's what I would do, right? Is sort of respond in kind to sort of break that false choice. Because I think ultimately you have two equivalent responsibilities in that position. You have a responsibility to protect America, to protect its population, to ensure that it has a strategic advantage over its rivals in a highly contested world. And we believe our system of government, while flawed, is ultimately superior to many, if not most others. But on the other hand, you live in a democracy. And democracies fundamentally are only...
I believe that the thing is with the UFOs, all stuff, if all stuff comes out, we're not going to have these rivals. To tell you truthfully, governments need to be destroyed. The way it is right now, there's too much corruption, too much hate, and too much, too of these wars and everything. That shouldn't be happening in the first place. Never should have happened. And come to a metaphysical, New Age type of understanding and enlightenment and stuff like that. And he's thinking inside the box, not outside. I don't think he knows as much as I do or some other people, but I don't know. He's thinking of military intelligence and stuff like that, which I really hate.
Legitimate if they're accountable to the people, right? And there are certain secrets that are prudently and lawfully and ethically kept in the interest of national security, and there's certain information that's not inherently government information.
That's the
government has no legal or ethical or legitimate right to keep secret. And say the fact of non-human intelligence, I would hold, is not government information. It's not something the government can legal or ethically withhold. So I would want to make sure I'm cleanly dividing the sets of information here into buckets that are prudently kept classified and buckets that are morally and ethically, obligatory to disclose.
That's good.
If you, as a national security advisor, were briefed into the fact that NHI, non-human intelligences, have been engaging with planet Earth for however long, be it 80 years or millennia, would you accept the argument that's, I'm told, often made from within that national security establishment, that it's a slippery slope, that to reveal engagement by NHI with this planet is to also lead to the inevitable disclosure of technologies and weapon systems and energy systems that we would rather not disclose? Do you see it as an inevitable slippery slope?
And it shouldn't be a secret because the enemy already knows about that stuff. I know about this stuff as well. I mean, we got super lasers like the Death Star that we have. That's in Area 52 and stuff. We got all kinds of stuff.
I don't, but I would need to be convinced, right? Like, I don't see, the fact that, for example, right now, I've updated my beliefs on the fact that non-human intelligence is real and that technologies of unknown origin that manifest knowledge of physics and, therefore associated understanding of the nature of reality that is radically different than the sort of current theoretical frameworks that govern academic physics. But I don't know how to build those craft, right? So
this is where quantum mechanics and other stuff, where it can explain it, it needs to be revolutionized, like I said. Everybody needs to be untaught what they have learned and learn anew and stuff like that.
I have now reconciled my personal beliefs that there is a reality of non-human intelligence, and I think there's zero proliferation risk that is now generated as a result of me acquiring that knowledge. And I don't see how that doesn't play out at scale, right? Now, of course, over the long term, the world is the world is, right? And human science and knowledge ultimately seeks out and exploits the degrees of freedom that are available to us. That's what we call physics and science and technology. And so if the world just, allows a certain capability, it will be created eventually. And the role of government is to ensure that the technology is, harnessed for the advancement and security of all of our people. And I think, this is where it's a more philosophical question. Is there black balls in the big jar of knowledge? And if you pull out a black ball, is that inherently, dangerous knowledge? Is there such a thing as dangerous knowledge? I agree there is such a thing as dangerous knowledge, but that doesn't mean you never take your hand out of the jar, right? You go to, a sort of a Kaczynski approach to technology where we should all just be living in the forest. I don't think that's the right approach, but I think it's a false choice, right? I think we just need to break these false choices.
What do you think of the current National Security Advisor? Is he susceptible to the kind of pressure that we're talking about here, that the Pentagon might basically say, look, you're going to jeopardize an 80-year-old technological superiority that we've developed by revealing this? It would be irresponsible for the new president to even whisper of disclosure.
Well, it's not, like you say, it's not technology. It's spiritual stuff. Forces at work. You're using your mind. You're using your spirit. It's not technology. So you're using your mind to power these vehicles. These NHN craft and stuff like that. It's spirit. It's magic. It's not technology. But anyways.
I don't know exactly how he would respond. I think he's a former soldier. He has an intelligence background. He's a congressman. He's obviously made remarks about David Grush, taking him very seriously, taking this topic very seriously. I think he's also very sensitive to this idea of illegal, unreported, unaccountable programs, right? And this is very much a policy priority of the Trump administration, is to ensure accountability in the federal government to the rightfully appointed constitutional officers. So I think he would look askance at any claim that says, no, you can keep your special privileges and your autonomy. Now, there's a question of what would be disclosed. I think there's two big questions here. One is problem of accountability and a problem of disclosure. I think that the priority of the Congress and the administration coming in is to first establish better accountability over these programs and these activities to ensure they're properly briefed and they understand the ground truth, that there isn't these unreported, somewhat rogue programs that feel like they don't have an obligation to report and take direction from the commander-in-chief and to have oversight by the Congress. So that's like problem one, because you can't have disclosure without having accountability, right? You need to have the constitutional structures perform as designed by the framers. Then step two is, given sufficient briefings and establishment of accountability, full-throated, no holds barred, then I have to trust, right, our constitutional leadership to make the right decision on our behalf, right? But this is where the role of, well-motivated and proper whistleblower protections can kind of hold those folks accountable. And this is not just relying on one person to make the right decision, but relying on a constitutional process that's well-functioning and having a balance of power, right? Ideally doesn't lead to that sort of single point of failure. But this is not like a simple answer where it's just rip the Band-Aid off and everything gets dumped out. And I would want to know, the assessment is, how close is China, right? You say there's an unparalleled advantage that we need to protect. Well, is the current arrangement that has been established for 80 years actually leading to a strategic disadvantage? Because the way these programs have been compartmented.
Let's be honest with China, that they got stuff too. There's a lot of stuff people don't know about China with ancient pyramids, ETs being around there in China. There's rich history that's classified in China with ETs, pyramids. A lot of pyramids have been destroyed or covered up in China. But I remember doing research on the Chinese pyramids and how the government, would have farmers just cover them, or and they didn't want a lot of that stuff out there. They kept it secret about. There's probably a few, of course, people can look up different sites and stuff like that. I don't know exactly where. Unfortunately, the internet is not as good as it used to be, where we could get a hold of this stuff. There was a better time when YouTube and Yahoo and other search engines, you could find anything, classified stuff Unfortunately, you can't anymore. But I remember a good time when you could, and everything. You type it in certain stuff, put in numbers, stuff like that. You could find stuff. It's unfortunate because it's all the people have a right to know about this stuff. Hold on just a minute.
And the way that
Hold on just a second. You get some. Hold on. Sorry, sometimes I get migraines stuff. But.
The secrecy has been organized, and the fact that we can't get the best and brightest involved has meant that China's been able to catch up, maybe surpass us. And so this is an argument that is actually self-defeating for national security to kind of keep this behind the curtain.
You're now a strategic advisor, of course, for the NER Explorers Club and Skywatcher. And the implications of that are that if Jake Barber's predictions do turn out to be true, it's entirely plausible, according to Jake, that he and his team will be able to summon and convincingly obtain proof of a non-human technology, possibly even within
Spirits,
months.
Stuff like
do you
that
agree?
As well.
I mean, these folks, if there's any group of people that I know of that can make that claim and not be laughed out of a room, it's these folks, right? And so I take their claims and their professional bona fides and their organization and their good faith efforts very seriously. It's why I've decided to advise them, because I think it's highly significant and unique, the effort that they're about to undertake, and it's fraught, right, with all these larger implications. And I think they want to and they are going about it in a diligent fashion. And this is ultimately what it comes down to: is you can either impress upon the government and work through these processes to try to get information released over time, and going through all the different bureaucratic and political filters.
Bureaucratic, political.
Just recognize, if there are non-human intelligence operating in our area, if they are susceptible to various means of interrogation and engagement, the skies aren't classified, right? Those means and methods aren't classified. The skills and capabilities of these people are now in the private domain. This is a straight path to bring information, high quality, high fidelity, censored data, including maybe material information, to civil society, to academic institutions, in a fashion that sort of bypasses these bureaucratic procedures and these political procedures in DC. And that's ultimately, just a parallel path I think that should be explored.
So let's talk about that hypothetical possibility. Let's assume Jake and his team and...
It does. I hate that when you just use English instead of crazy words people make look smart. I hate that. It's just, you don't need to use big words. Put it everybody understands. Put it in English, we can all understand.
Alex, with the private equity investment that he's got, they managed to actually retrieve one of these craft. What happens in the White House at that moment? I mean, essentially, it's wrong footing the Defense Department and whoever it is in private aerospace that's covering this up, isn't it?
Well, it's hard to think through all the different details of that hypothetical. I do think that the Skywatcher team wants to be responsible in this and doesn't want to just create a a whole scene for the sake of it, right? They want to do this in a responsible
That's
fashion.
what good creates.
And I think there are folks in the government not associated with the legacy program that...
What he's alluding to is, if you know about Jake Barber, is that they can psychically, and project and communicate with UFOs. There is a way to do that and everything. Even with some of the stuff that I've seen, I know there's like some psychic stuff going on and everything. Not even to the level that they do, but it's just, they're watching you, you're watching them. It's both sides. Excuse me. But, so I know this stuff is real and stuff. The thing is, you have different defense contracting companies that are willing to kill each other for this magic, for this stuff.
Feel the same way, right, about the activities that have been conducted where they were not properly read in, and that they feel that this is an interest of national security and it falls within their broader purview. And I think this is an opportunity to kind of, again, you can look back and there might be, a need for recriminations and criminal punishments and investigations on wrongdoing. But there's a separate path, which is, okay, like the government still exists and there are good people.
I think the government should, as always, I like the government out of people's business. But then you got evil people that can try to communicate with these ETs. I hate the government. I hate them. But at the same time, you have to see both sides. Unfortunately. Even though our government is involved in evil doing with getting these craft down and then seizing them. So there's a lot of evil people doing this to innocent sentients. So to say, maybe should let the government control it, I don't trust the government either. But how can you trust just a normal person that may have some evil, wrongdoing intentions too? You're never going to have it. You're never going to, have it 100%, where it's proper, because you can't trust the government either. They've been keeping this stuff secret forever. And the thing is, we have a right to communicate with them without stupid government telling us what to do. You just want to tell them to go F themselves, which I would do. I would. I have. But, it's something about enlightenment and learning, and being enlightened, learning about, psychic, telepathic abilities and stuff like that. It's about how government likes to control this and how use the military killing purposes sometimes, warfare purposes. So you can say, like some people like cartel or something, or some evil person too. Normal Joe could do wrong too.
Well, in different parts of the government that we need to help engage, civil society and basically do this the right way going forward, right? And so this is not about just doing it all, out in the wilderness, right, on your own, but about essentially, stimulating and catalyzing the government to do what maybe they can't already do, and then finding new methods of, say, new institutions or public-private partnerships or structures where more collaboration and access to these materials can be facilitated by research partnerships, et cetera. To kind of, this is a much larger question than just any Skywatcher question. This truly requires building new institutions, new collaborations, new structures. And I think the government, we want the government to play a role in that. We want different, levels of government to play a role in that. That's a bigger project, but I think you need to sort of start small. And, this idea of making it plausible, right, as a first question, which was, probably prima facie very implausible until the Skywatcher folks came out, that it is conceivable to get, such materials without, getting it divested, say, from Lockheed. Well, that's still trickling out, and I think we wait to see, you know, what.
I mean, the big question is: do you trust the defense contractor? Do you trust the military? If you know what some of us know, and you know all secrets of the military defense contractors, their job is to create weapons of mass destruction. They're not a religious entity. They're not a social club. They're not, Lockheed Martin in the military, Army, Air Force, Navy, whatever. They're not named the Centers for Spiritual Enlightenment, are they? No, they're not. They create weapons to kill.
What that's going to trigger in terms of other new organizations and new efforts, and how the different parts of the government respond to those movements. And I think this is just the very beginning stages of that dynamic.
What do you think is the reason for the cover-up?
I mean, I guess the question assumes there's one. I think there's probably many layers of this.
Yes, there is.
You could say that back in the 40s and 50s, this was tucked under, right, the Atomic Energy Act, secrecy provisions, and it was seen essentially as a potentially destabilizing, force for basic, social structures, which at that time were.
Well, one of the biggest things was religion. This is the biggest thing. I remember people talking about it, from the 40s, and how some of the people said back then that they said this would destroy religion. ETs, little green men, grays, that doesn't exist in the Bible. We can't have that out. You know what it would do to our religion? It would totally destroy it. This stuff ain't in the Bible or whatever, Now you can go to Ezekiel, where it has, wheels in the sky and everything like that. But it's how somebody interprets, different, biblical, different religious books and everything. And one person in Ezekiel, I believe, said that the wheels in the sky or whatever, say, chariots or whatever sky, say don't trust those people. And I don't trust their religion. Because they're a bunch of ancient tribes that hate each other, want to kill each other off. So I could see them say don't trust ETs and HIs and stuff like that, because their word conflicts with our word. Their word, their way of life conflicts with our religion, so don't trust them. I could do so many videos on all these different things. Oh my God. It's like a library I'm opening up on all these different things.
We're seen as, very hierarchical, right? The state was very powerful and strong. The institutions that managed this information were actually highly capable and technocratic, and also aligned with kind of the democratic state in the post-war environment. And I think everyone accepted that was a prudent, kind of legitimate thing to do, right? Especially in the Cold War era.
No. And
then you had, I think, an evolution and maybe a decay, maybe a structural institutional decay of those programs as sort of things became fragmented and sort of hyper competitive, almost privatized, right? And you got, that then generated an environment where maybe much less ethical, much less democratically accountable activities took off.
Right.
And those never got reined in. And so they just compounded and pathologized like a cancer. They sort of grow until they kill the patient. In this case, maybe democratic oversight. And I think that's now, it's a irreversible process in terms of a certain institution. It gets to a state like that, and it's hard to come back. It's hard to sort of admit, right, that things went really wrong. And so just the inertia of let's just try to keep going and kick the can. And I don't want to get, the tail pinned on my particular donkey. I don't want to have to be hauled before Congress and explain all these things. I think that's like a narrow, parochial kind of human narrative, but I think it's also self-justified by, you know, what might be motivated reasoning, but also might be well motivated in terms of a sense of caution about the disruption that could happen to society, to religion, to our economic and geopolitical order, and that this needs to be prepared and, you know, slowly diffused into social consciousness over many decades through, say, you know, different media formats and sort of cultural management, and that when the time is right, you know, that the runway will have been foamed and we can sort of roll this out. I don't know how much I buy into that as a prudent most.
I'm a little messed up at learning stuff. Whenever I get into these big words, I chose not to learn them. I actually tuned them out. I erased these words from my memory. That's actually what I did. A lot of them. And the reason is, they're not everyday words that most people on the streets use. They're just, you know, like above college level. And so it's like, a lot of these big words, I don't even care to remember or anything. I like to just use normal words. And it's the reason why I just erase them from my memory, because they don't matter to me in the way that I learn different things. But I don't know, it's just
motivation. But I think it's a mix of parochial self, you know, CYA, like, as we call it in America, as well as maybe, you know, earnest uncertainty about the risks associated with disclosure.
Let's roll back 62 years to JFK. It's quite clear whether UAPs had anything at all to do with JFK's murder or not. It's quite clear that JFK was interested in the UFO issue, mainly because of interdiction issues. He was trying to make sure that there was no possibility that UFOs could be confused for either a Soviet attack or an American attack and lead to an unnecessary nuclear exchange. There's a lot of talk that the president at the time was instructing the CIA to essentially move on this issue and become more open with the Soviets. And that's, if I'm told correctly, that's the origin story for why many presidents have been kept in the dark about this. And is there any...
That's another thing that the generals... There's so many different groups and entities that wanted JFK killed. You had the military, you had part of the FBI, CIA, you had the mob, and stuff like that. And then you had some of the Dallas police and stuff like that, where they kept things secret, they hushed things up as well. People's lives were threatened, and some, I heard, were killed or whatever over it. So... there's a lot of layers.
Legitimate basis you could think of for...
And the thing is, like I said, that goes to the Bay of Pigs and this transparency with the Soviets. The admirals and the generals did not want JFK talking about, you know, this stuff, because of how close we got, about, you know, mutual assured, you know, destruction and becoming more friendly with the Russians. They wanted a nuclear war, is what they wanted. And when JFK backed off, you know, with the Cuban Missile Crisis and everything, they were not happy about that.
Why the commanders-in-chief of the United States Defense Force, the president, have been not read in as a matter of course to these programs. I mean, I know there haven't been in many cases. There have been presidents who've sought and been refused access to it.
That's because they're only there 4 years at a time, 8 years at most. Now, if they're there for a lifetime or whatever, this is how they see it. Okay? This is how they see it. They're not going to give all this information so it's only there for a certain amount of time, like 48 years. That's wasted. You don't want them to know all that. Now, if they're there longer than that, then, you know, 8 years or whatever, or say 12 or something like that, then they're to be more inclined to a president has a right to know, as to where they're just like a puppet, where they want the president to be a puppet to them. That's the way a lot of people in the military-industrial complex, and even some politicians, like presidents to be, is just a puppet, a mouthpiece for the people, and that's it.
Information about the program. Is there any justification on any kind of national security or imperative technology primacy basis that you can think of that would give the faceless bureaucrats and presumably private aerospace wonks that have made these decisions justification for such a decision?
Not if you believe in our Constitution, right? If you don't believe the Constitution holds, that gives the executive all powers over the executive branch and unilateral authority to classify or declassify any government information. If you believe that the Constitution is just irrelevant, well then, yeah, you can do whatever you want. But if you believe that and you are serving in the military or you're in a position of government responsibility, you're effectively abrogating your fundamental duty to the Constitution. So I don't see how any justified argument. I could see lots of self-motivated, somewhat cynical arguments could be given, but I can't see a politically or legitimate argument given.
Let's be, I don't know, let's pick a name. Oh, Curtis LeMay. Let's pick Curtis LeMay, for example.
Oh, my God. Curtis B. LeMay. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What my father and other people knew. Oh, my God. The granddaddy, the father of SAC. Strategic Air Command. Oh, my God. If he would have been charged in the Vietnam War, we would have won. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He was a general you did not want to mess with. I remember LBJ. He said that he had to keep him on a leash. Curtis B. LeMay. And he was in World War II and everything. He's one of those heroes. And now some of the generals, of course, every president fires generals that doesn't conform, in the military stuff that doesn't conform to every president. Curtis B. LeMay, oh my God, he said that he was going to bomb Vietnam into the Stone Age and everything. And LBJ said, no, can't do that. And they're not interested in winning the Vietnam War. It's about containment and about having more dead and numbers and stuff like that is really it. We never went in there and win. And the commanders that wanted to go in there and win it, they were outed. They were taken out, weeded out. And such a shitty president. I related to that guy too. I related to LBJ by his wife, Lady Bird, and stuff. But it's terrible, man. Curtis B. LeMay, oh my God.
He was one of the people involved.
I expect to hear that.
Maybe would say, Alan Dulles, then director of the CIA. Isn't it a good argument, frankly, Matthew? We know how much Congress leaks. We know how much congressmen and senators love having a quiet chat over a beer with a journalist. Wouldn't this have leaked if Congress had been read into the program? Isn't there a good argument that this ought, whilst there is an argument that it ought properly, constitutionally to have been revealed to the Congress and to the President, the simple fact is that in reality it's been too big a secret to not conceal.
So it's funny, right? So the executive branch during World War II was systematically compromised at the highest levels and the deepest levels, to the point where Stalin knew more about the Manhattan Project than Vice President Truman did.
That's fact.
They had spies and moles.
Well, FDR did not like Truman that much. FDR saw him as a problem as a child, more as a problem. They did not get along. It's like a lot of presidents back when. They just got a VP in there just to have him in there. It isn't nowadays where the people have to like the VP along with the president. Back then, they didn't care who the VP was. You know, he didn't worry about assassination as much or anything like that. You know, that wasn't going to happen, really. You know, now it's a lot different. But FDR did not like Truman that much. He just saw him as there, you know, but invisible, you know.
Throughout the executive branch, the sort of, quote, hermetically sealed compartments that folks like LeMay felt they had, you know, sole dominion over. And so there's the government, especially the executive branch, the intelligence community, they love to think they're really good at keeping secrets. And time after time tells us we're really not, right? But the architecture of secrecy is not to first order about keeping secrets, right? It's about bureaucratic control over information, right? Because we know and we operate sort of on the assumption that a lot of our information after a certain period of time is going to be known to the adversary. We just bake that in to our assumptions. We know, especially if there's fundamental science knowledge, it's hard to keep that from a sophisticated adversary that has their own independent technological and scientific development and ecosystems. Like there are special advantages you want to try to keep, little, you know, tips and tricks that you want to keep. Sources and methods are obviously, you know, critical to national security. We protect those, but we operate on the assumption that there are spies in our midst, right? And when you compartmentalize a program, you know, you have to account for these different risks. And so, yeah, the Gang of Eight, right, is the proper oversight body for these sorts of secrets. But I don't see any argument to be made that the Gang of Eight is more likely to leak than, you know, a deputy for Strategic Air Command, right? Because they're human beings. They take the same oaths. They're subject to the same human frailties, right?
Oh,
you know, money, you know, ideology, compromise, ego. This is how intelligence services recruit. And so every service has to approach.
I remember the story of Curtis B. LeMay. He never smoked on a flight line. Oh my God. And one of the officers on the flight line, B-52, or one of the bombers there, and the officer said, "Hey, sir, you can't smoke that here. That, you know, for all he knows, they could have it could blow up." And he said, "That they wouldn't dare. That they wouldn't dare." Oh my God!
Approach these things with a balance of risk to manage.
Okay, I accept all that, Matthew, but this is the thing I wrestle with the most when I'm looking at this issue. Journalists have this assumption, sooner or later, everything leaks. Politicians can't help themselves. They're total gossips. Okay, so let's assume a decision was made by people in the national security establishment at a very high level, and people colluded in private aerospace to keep it secret. They must know that at some stage it's going to leak. I mean, what's the rationale if they knew that? Why have they persisted with this cover-up?
Well, leaking information doesn't necessarily mean programs are compromised, right? Those are sometimes very different things, and you can mitigate leak of information.
I remember when there used to be leaked on classified stuff on the internet. It didn't leak the whole program on national security thing. It would leak out the truth. You'd see photos sometimes, and of course, a good amount was fake. But if you knew some people on the inside, you've seen UFOs before, you've seen a spacecraft before, you could discern what was real and what was probably BS and everything, if you knew the right people as well. And the thing is, those leaks didn't hurt national security, the stuff that was leaked. It was pretty much for people right to know of what's going on, what the government's keeping secret. If it did interfere with, you know, something on national security, that's a lot different.
Through selective disinformation programs, right? That's, I think, been the main strategy, right? Like, information often does leak out of highly classified programs, but you can mitigate the impact by a successful disinformation effort. And so that
might explain things like MJ12, which does appear to have some legitimacy, but there is some apparent disinformation within that.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, every program has to have that built in, right? You never assume everything's going to stay inside the box. You have to assume some information could get outside the box, and your plan is how you staunch the bleeding, right? How you mitigate the impact of information leaking. And a lot of counterintelligence activities and intelligence activities is often trying to suss out from an adversary doing the same thing to you, what leaks are legitimate leaks, what leaks are sort of intentional misinformation from an adversary service that wants to feed you something, right, to confuse you. And I think we have been in this sub-Rosa Cold War with our principal geopolitical rivals, Russia and then now China on this subject, and we've been engaged in this sort of multi-party intelligence and counterintelligence activity on these programs. I think that's what motivates to first order the security organizations that protect this information is not congressional reporting, which is like 5 layers above their head. It's Chinese spies trying to get in. And I think they've been very successful, unfortunately.
If anybody's heard about all the Chinese illegals and migrants coming in, and how many of them could be counterintelligence or part of intelligence operatives. Something that needs to be looked into a lot more.
I'll tell you that the biggest thing I get from people who speak to me and who convincingly assert that they're working within this legacy UAP reverse engineering program,
UFO.
The biggest concern that I get from them is that the very secrecy, the very compartmentalization that's imposed on them as scientists and people investigating the phenomenon is actually confounding our ability to develop advantages in technology and materials science that might give us the edge over our foreign rivals, whereas at the same time, apparently, China is moving ahead with leaps and bounds.
I think it's a very fair assessment. I have the same concern.
We've always been ahead my father and others, all these others that had to do with this, magic, exotic stuff, spirit stuff that we have. We are way ahead of them. However, it's like there has to be a balance as well. How so many that I know from the Air Force in particular, because this is where a lot of it is in the Air Force. And then you got the Army, then you got only a few parts of the Navy, only a few, but mainly the Air Force. And how we're 3 generations ahead of the Chinese and Russians. From what they've told me and everything, it hasn't changed. I think it's stupid to have this stupid adversarial thing. I think this is one reason why I want things declassified, to totally destroy the way governments are and hating on each other. And, this is one of the biggest reasons why they don't want everything declassified. Because it would circumvent, imagine us communicating telepathically, psychically, which we can do. And they cannot control that. The Chinese can't control that. North Koreans can't. They do have psyops where they can try and censor what we think. They'll have officers for that. The Chinese and Russians, of course. But us being able to communicate, not worrying so much about censorship. Gotta think about that. They don't want that knowledge out there. They don't want people having freedom of thought, freedom to express themselves and talk to each other. Even we could also learn different languages with these abilities as well. We could just learn snap, 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 and everything. It changes the whole world order. And everything. It is.
I've in my last role, which I just departed, had spent 4 years essentially advising multinationals and critical technology companies on essentially, to first order China trying to hack them or otherwise access their proprietary information. And it's gotten to the point where China doesn't necessarily need to steal a whole lot because they're actually out front of many of our leading technology companies. I mean, there's certain fields where we have an advantage, but China is extremely capable at pushing the frontier along a lot of these relevant dimensions, whether it's material science, quantum information sciences, and related quantum sort of technology applications, space, new energy. They are extremely capable. And if you wedded that strong S&T capability and massive R&D pipeline coming out of the universities into a military...
The biggest problem is that we see each other as a threat. And while we are to a degree, we need to remember that's the government. Those aren't the people. And we need to remember that we shouldn't hate the people. It's the governments that are bad and evil. And even how our own government, tries to have us, as enemies and stuff like that. So, in North Korea, they brainwash children at an early age. They have them in arcades. They make games for killing American soldiers. They teach them this in elementary school, early child care and development. They teach them that Americans are bad, evil, and that we want to invade them and we want to kill them all. They think this. They're brainwashed. And parts of the Chinese too. How they brainwash people and they make Japan into the enemy and stuff like that. And, Japan is evil and everything. It's just total bullshit. It's ridiculous. If people saw what I see going on with brainwashing with these companies and creating, racism and stuff like this, it's terrible.
Military system that has civil-military fusion, where there's no such thing as really like a private tech company or a private R&D enterprise. Ultimately, the state can subsume your activities.
So the implications of this, I just want to emphasize this for our audience because it's a complex idea, but essentially the idea is that the very secrecy that's been imposed on this alleged UAP reverse engineering program, a secret attempt by the US government and private aerospace to reverse engineer non-human technology and give America a strategic advantage against its potential foreign rivals. That whole idea...
It all seems like they love to say UAP just to piss me off. I don't know.
Is potentially being undermined by that secrecy. Whereas at the same time, the countries in which were involved, according to David Grush, in a secret sub-rosa Cold War for the development of these technologies, they've got authoritarian governments. They can repress people and intimidate scientists all they want to achieve the results that they want to achieve. We're actually undermining our ability to secure a strategic advantage.
Yeah, and even the Senate put this in writing, and the sort of front matter for one of the recent bills. They said, in order to mitigate the possibility of foreign technology surprise, the federal government must broaden awareness of historic exotic technology antecedents previously provided by the federal government for research and development purposes, which kind of tells the whole thing. It means in order to mitigate the possibility of China getting the jump on us, the federal government must broaden awareness of these historical exotic technology antecedents that we had previously provided for R&D purposes. And that is now not sufficient.
So we've got that point emphasized now. That being the case, my concern about the task force, the UAP task force that has been set up by Congresswoman Anna Portalina Luna, is they're good people, they're well-motivated people, and they're on both sides of politics, but they're fairly junior level members in the House. They're not heads of committees. James Comer, for example, has conspicuously not put himself onto that task force subcommittee, if you like. Mm-hmm. Where's Marco Rubio on this? Where are all the people who've previously basically made it clear that they've taken a position on the UAP issue? Why are they so quiet right now?
Yes.
Why hasn't Trump said anything more overtly?
So this is where I put my other different hats on that I've worn. One is like the geopolitical risk analyst. The other is as a student of the global economic system and sort of the power structures that that govern our world and the global order that has evolved over the past decades. And you have to think about the national strategic policy decision calculus around UAP disclosure, not on its own, individual terms, but in this larger strategic and global context. And that's where you think about a lot of things that are happening that are quite significant and strategic in terms of the global chessboard, right? Trump, aggressively and somewhat to the dismay of the Europeans, pushing for a ceasefire deal in Ukraine, sort of snuffing out the flames of conflict in Europe, making pretty just dramatic, moves, and then getting most of the Middle East to come along for a resolution of the Israel-Gaza conflict. And then even suggestions to China and Russia mutually that we should reduce our defense expenditures by 50% and maybe even embark on a program of denuclearization. Meanwhile, Rubio is sent as his principal, avatar to go negotiate these deals. And I look at that and I look at this is obviously a massive geopolitical shift in terms of U.S. foreign policy. But I also have to consider the UAP topic, and Rubio knows what he knows, and you know what Rubio knows, right? So he's going into these meetings with Lavrov, and future meetings with world leaders, and they know what he knows about this subject. So this is not some side question on some podcasts. This is, lurking, maybe even explicitly in side conversations between national leaders and their foreign emissaries. And this is where the discussion around disclosure fundamentally is a global discussion, right? It's about, what this means for these larger questions about the systems of government and the foreign relations that, we want to try to keep stable.
Is there any doubt in your mind that the Russians and the Chinese know full well that there is a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet?
Yes, they do.
No, they know just as much as we know. And that's the unfortunate part.
Why would they collude then with the United States and keeping it secret? I mean, if you were Putin, if you wanted to sort of embarrass the government of the United States, wouldn't one of the best ways to do that be to say, listen, you guys are always accusing me of being the authoritarian, but it's your country that's suppressing evidence of a non-human intelligence. Why wouldn't the Russians disclose?
Because it would just be going back and forth. And they want to keep it a secret for their own reasons, their own gains, just like the United States. So why bring up another subject? It's like you're just adding on different other things to it. You're just adding on to it. And plus, why talk about it if you can make a joke out of it, if it's a joke? And if it has to do with insanity and, where people just see it as a joke and everything, Why do that if it, just make it out, as people being clowns or something that believe in this stuff, Why are you talking about it? You're not going to. Other stuff, there's plenty of other stuff to argue. But yeah, I mean, these are facts. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Russia and China could say the same about with censorship and everything as well. They have every right to. There's plenty of stuff that Democrats and Republicans have done to try to censor us on, keep us from doing what with our bodies or whatever. They have every right to call us out. It's fair game. I would.
I think it's been a complicated game theory that has maybe kept that sort of suppressed in a mutually reinforcing, somewhat stable equilibrium, right? Where everyone had an interest in trying to keep it secret from their own public, right? Because there could be second order effects that would destabilize their regime stability, as well as, you want to try to keep enough of your knowledge close to the chest. You know that the other guy knows something about it, but you don't really know exactly how much they figured out either about the technology, the origin, or these other interrelated phenomena. And so you do sort of a double game, right? You want to try to cooperate to the extent that you can want to.
They have about the same. Pretty much about the same. It's about the same. And how, I mean, this is the thing. Is we have a summation of myself and everything. How Americans would like to put it is like, those monkeys don't know. They're not going to know as much as we do. They're not. And these are people not as smart as we are. They'll never get what we got. And on some stuff, yes. But at the same time, I say they're right on par with us. It's stupid to think that everyone is retarded to us when in schools in China and Japan, they're a lot smarter than us Americans are. You have to learn at least 3 different languages. At least in Europe, you had to learn 3 different languages, whereas here it's only 1. Where we don't have as much of an education here as in other countries. We're actually below in a lot of other countries in education. So if they're ever ahead of us, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, when it comes to military hardware and stuff like that, military, we're ahead of them. But it'd be stupid and illogical to think that, that they couldn't have something on par with us. I've seen Chinese, their fighters, it's like, I wish I could fly those things. They look freaking hot, sexy craft that they got. Those stealth fighters.
Glean some information of your adversary. How much do they know, right? What do they know that I don't know? So you want to cooperate because you know there's an exogenous variable here that neither of you potentially perfectly model. So other people's information is very valuable to you, but you don't want to, reveal all the things you've got. So this is a complicated dynamic that maybe kept a lid on sort of public disclosure. But maybe we might be shifting to a new regime where that dynamic could shift. And there has been concern. I know it's been voiced to me in different settings that, maybe not Russia, but China, for example, feels like they have, gotten enough of knowledge around the subject that this would be in line with their.
There's like a public shift. That forth is out here, there, anywhere is just the answer. Just tell you have to inject some comedy in there. But anyways, then you have hands go like this.
Strategic communications and sort of global propaganda goals, right? That they can sort of come out and say, blame the sort of imperial West for holding the secret illegally and morally from the world in order to exploit it for, material and military advantage. Meanwhile, we, who've just recently come into this knowledge, we have studied it. Our best scientists have, looked into this subject, and we want to bring this knowledge to the sort of verbiage that they've been propagating. So this is a massive risk. This is why the disclosure conversation isn't just the U.S. one, right? There's a dynamic here of maybe a stable equilibrium that kept it somewhat under wraps, especially when it was just U.S. and Russia. Now there's a new party, and they've caught up, and they have a much larger ambition. And maybe they're not as worried about the domestic or destabilizing effects in their own society, maybe because of different metaphysical basis in their belief system or other considerations. So this is a new regime we could be entering into.
Separately from the allegations of David Grush, Lou Elizondo, all the known people, Jake Barber, have you, in your time trawling the halls of power, chatting quietly with senators and congresspeople, have you ever heard the whispers that there is this program in operation, this reverse engineering program with retrieved non-human technology?
I mean, I've heard... Again, it's like there's an elephant, and you touch a tail, you touch a toe, you touch a tusk, and you're like, I think this is an elephant, but nobody comes out and says it's an elephant, right? It's a very unusual tusk. It's a very unusual tail, right? So there's obviously individuals that are in the public domain, the folks that have come out, spoken at Soul Foundation, that have made the clear and declarative, allegation of these programs, and those folks have the bona fides, and I'm very confident in the quality and the source of their assertions. But it also comports with other information that I've gleaned in various more snippets, right, of that elephant that generally paint this mosaic of, yes, like these are long-standing, I think somewhat fragmented, compartmentalized programs that exist across a smattering of different defense primes, and then are custodied in a variety of different locations. And this is an active program at scale that's been long running.
One thing that I was told by a very good source was that Israel is much more intimately involved in the legacy program than has previously been disclosed to date. Have you ever heard any intimations of the Israelis being involved?
I mean, well, there's the famous, sort of Haim Eshed book where he alleges that. I haven't heard anything firsthand about that.
I've heard some stuff, but not having the technology that we do. They know stuff. They know we know stuff and everything like that. I don't know exactly what they have. I mean, I think that they could have some stuff, but not even to the level that I could be
I
wrong.
strongly suspect it.
They
and recently, I was in a conversation with, and this is recorded, so it'll be public. That will basically describe kind of someone very connected to Israel, talking about the subject. And it relates, in general to, what we think about, the Israeli military complex and how close it was to the U.S. Complex. And, we have embarked on kind of a sensitive relationship with Israel over the years, right? Like, we have very sensitive technology transfer programs with them. They also have very sensitive technology transfer programs with us because they often have breakthrough.
Yeah, they give us technology, we give them technology. A lot of people don't understand that. But they've given us missile technology, and we've given them stuff. They give us intelligence on stuff, throughout the Middle East, and we give them some. It's a cohabit,
that we don't get because they're extremely good. But of course, they live in a much more volatile environment, right? So they would have an acute interest in, operationalizing some capabilities that maybe we would much more like to hold back, right? For, say, a really covert ISR thing. So there's an inherent risk associated with, Israel's programs, like leading to, disclosure of some advancements, because their threshold for operational deployment is going to be much, say, lower than ours, right? But no, I strongly suspect that most governments of some advancement, essentially, I would expect that almost every government that has a nuclear program probably has something like, a UAP program, at different stages of maturity and understanding. But I don't think it's actually like that much of a there's that much of a monopoly, around the great powers.
I've spent a lot of time looking at the extraordinary claims made by, of all people, rock star Tom DeLonge. And I actually think Tom's telling a very true story, that essentially in the years prior to the Hillary Clinton-Donald Trump first election campaign challenge, there was a decision made by people in the defense.
Boy, there's a good mudslinging between those two, wasn't there?
Department and God. Private aerospace.
Oh my God, I love some of that. Oh God.
That they'd better get out on
it's
the
bad too. It's bad.
And they were preparing for disclosure,
bad.
and that, as much as revealed in the WikiLeaks document, that clearly show that Clinton's campaign advisor, John Podesta, who was obviously at senior levels in both Bill Clinton's White House and Barack Obama's White House, he was heavily involved in conversations with a very senior executive from Lockheed Martin, with people, General Neil.
Yeah. Was he the one I heard? Is he the one that I heard? He was killed, or he died in a plane crash mysteriously. I think that might be the guy, and he was heading, he knew stuff and wanted to get stuff out. It's something how people are mysteriously dead, killed, or an accident happened, or suicide. And it's actually because they're going to go out with stuff. Same with another Secretary of Defense. Was it McNamara, or was it somebody else? It was somebody else, I believe, before McNamara. Somebody else that was told he wanted to go out, and he just was killed or something, an accident, something like that, plane crash. Just like the nurse from 1947, and she saw the ETs, and it's like the spirit of the dead being touched her, and the smells of the dead corpse. It did something to her, and she just could hardly handle it, and she was killed. It wasn't a plane crash. It wasn't just her that was killed in this plane crash, but other nurses. So there's a lot of murder going on to keep people from putting out the truth. In 1947,
McCaslin from the U.S. Air Force, General Michael Carey from the U.S. Air Force, and there appeared to be some kind of strategic planning for what was essentially seen as a likely Hillary Clinton victory, the possibility or the probability that there was going to be a disclosure president pushing for disclosure. Do you agree with that analysis? Do you think that we came very close in 2017 to a possible disclosure presidency that was confounded by Donald Trump winning in 2017?
I don't think
yes,
so.
no, I would concur with your assessment, and I would even connect it to something Jake Barber mentioned. I think it was in Jesse Michaels' interview, where he described maybe with speculation on his part about the origin of the program that he was sort of recruited into as being created at the behest of President Clinton. And my sort of interpolation of that, this is me sort of speculating on top of that, is that if President Clinton had come into office with some broad but very much vague awareness of these programs and wanted to get to the bottom of it, and tasks his senior advisors to go out and say, I'm the president, this is what president, this is what I want to know, and he gets the stiff arm. Well,
no, they told him, they told Bill Clinton, you don't need to know that. They told that. Even Bill Clinton himself said that, if there was anything, they'd tell him anything about that. They didn't want him knowing about that. They didn't want Obama to know anything. The only president that knew about this stuff was George Herbert Bush. George Bush Sr., because he was the head of intelligence and stuff like that, CIA. He knew about all this stuff. And he could tell George Bush Jr. about some of this stuff. Not to engage with them and stuff like that. If UFOs come to the theater, and I've heard of UFOs entering the battlefield in Iraq. We had like F-16 fighters there, and UFOs just came down and drove off the F-16s. They didn't want us there in this part of Iraq. And I believe that George Bush Sr. told Jr., said, hey, this happens, don't engage them, turn around, run. And there's different stories. It's on the history. They had stuff like that in History Channel too, and everything. Black Vault, stuff like that. So I don't think so. I don't. This is my personal opinion. I mean, I know that Bill Clinton wanted to know, and he was very upset when they told Bill, you don't need to know that. No president likes to be told, you don't need to know that when they're the president. Because they're supposed to be the head of the nation. They're supposed to be the commander-in-chief. And when you find out you're not the commander-in-chief, you're like a puppet, which a lot of presidents are, they're just a mouthpiece, a figurehead of a party or whatever. That's going to hit the president very bad sour spot. That's going to sting. But I'd like to hear more about that, because I know some of these guys did. I know some did, but I don't think Hillary would. I don't think so. No. She's part of the complex, the deep state.
He would be concerned, right? That there's rogue programs out there. Well, then you might want to be like, well, what can I do as president? I can just meekly accept that?
Yeah,
or you can create your own secret programs off the books to try to get the read on what these other secret programs that they're not telling you about are doing. And this is like, it sounds somewhat, exaggerated, but it's kind of what you would expect bureaucratically, right? Is just you just sign a memo, and now you've got a whole new secret program that just reports to you.
Boy, John Podesta is not the guy. John Podesta is Sonia. How did it go here? How did it go here, John Podesta here? I think John is not the guy that was killed in that crash. Let's see. I didn't look him up. It was him, was it? Let me see, was it? Who served, let me see, supervisor. 1949, 1920. I hated that guy. Is he still alive? Let's see, 1976. So he's still alive. So I'm good. My God, you can see emptiness. Anyways. There's a capitalist. You can call him a capitalist pig and so, but him is emptiness, devoid. I know. Anyways, so that's John Podesta.
Presidents, that's like one of the special things you can do as president.
Let's go back
and that sort of would involve this process of kind of slow infiltration, if not collaboration, and kind of a very complicated kind of bureaucratic evolution from there. But it would be a response that I would have as president if I had high confidence that these programs existed, to like get some of my own intelligence on maybe what parts of my apparatus are doing without my knowledge, and that maybe have collected information that led ultimately to the part two.
But the corollary to what we're talking about here is that clearly when Donald Trump did become president in defiance of what was being predicted, it was a huge upset even to the mainstream media. It's quite clear a decision was made inside the national security establishment to not disclose that President Trump wasn't a disclosure president. Has anything changed? I mean, Trump's a very transactional person. What's in it for Trump to disclose?
Money. Oil, coal, gas. Religion. That's what he would lose out on. He wants America number one in all this energy and stuff like that. Do not understand this. This is why. That's why. It destroy his narrative. It destroy everything that he wants to do, make America number one and everything, in petrol and everything, all this other stuff. And AI, I mean, he renamed the real Stargate into an artificial intelligence Stargate. He's tried to bury the real Stargate that had to do with psychic programs, telepathy, and then there's UFOs and all this other stuff. You try to bury that and rename it, make a new Stargate artificial intelligence, for Christ's sake. What does that say? Because he wants money. It's about capitalist type of pig type of stuff. I hate to use that word. There's a better word I could use, but capitalism. It's about money. And that doesn't go with UFOs. It doesn't go with ESP. It doesn't go with psychic abilities and telepathy. It goes against it. Everything that Trump is doing right now is going against disclosure, not for it. He's doing a total 180 on everything. Let me see what else there is. Let me see. Stock exchange. Let's see. Anyways, I'm going to do it right there on that. I didn't go to the other one. I want to go to, my God. I didn't go to U.S. government, United Workers, News Nation.
How would you like us to refer to you in this story?
Here. First of all, for anybody that's here, please like, comment, tell me what you think about this stuff. I want to know. I don't do it just to put, say everything. I'm also interested in what other people have to say as well, and everything. Because it's very important stuff. That people know the truth and everything.
Roswell II?
Just pomp.
Just Palm.
Yeah, my son knows it's not him.
Tell me, when did you join the Air Force?
All right. U.S. government handed down workers in Area 51 death sentence. And this is, I don't know, just one of the many veterans that have been in Area 51. There are other people that work at other secret installations that have gotten cancer.
I joined the Air Force in 1985, but I didn't go in until 1986, right out of high school.
How old were you?
I was 18 years old.
What did you think about it at the time? Why did you join?
Well, it was interesting, the reason why I joined the Air Force. All my
First of all, disclaimer, Philanthropist transformative purposes.
High school friends had scholarships at colleges.
From News Nation.
I had some scholarship offers, but my grades were so bad, I wasn't going to be able to play for anybody. And I was actually a smart kid. I just chose not to use my smarts. And knew some friends who were joining the military, so I took the ASVAB, and then all of a sudden, here you go. I have all these options where before my options were limited. So I chose the Air Force over the other branches.
What did you think about joining the Air Force? Were you excited?
Actually, you know, I went into it with an open mind because I knew I didn't want to go to school. I absolutely hated high school. I was bored my whole time. So it was an adventure. The military wasn't foreign to me. The reason being, in middle school or as at elementary school, I went to a military boarding school in upstate New York, and that was horrific. So I think it was easy for me to excel because everything was familiar. Not that I was better than everybody.
I've heard from
but it was
people
familiar. So I had that familiar, and I knew what to do. I knew about inspections. I knew about how getting ready. I knew about PT. All those things were secondary to me. It wasn't a first.
It's like the military.
So you know, when you learn something for the first time, you don't pick it up. The more you hear it, the more you pick up on things, the better you become.
Sure.
So when I went to basic training in the military, I was like, I knew it before everybody else. So that's one of the reasons I became a squad leader, and then everything else, and how I excelled. It wasn't because of my talent, it was because of my experience.
When did you learn that you would be going to Nevada?
I was in Florida at Eglin Air Force Base for a short stint, and all of a sudden I got these orders and for a special duty assignment. And from my knowledge, special duty assignments were the band or the color guard. And I'm thinking, why the hell would I want to do that? But I said, why not? I flipped a coin and said, sure, I'll take it. And then when I had the in process in Nevada, you know, you have to go through this in process, and my clearance took time to get to clear, you know. And I remember just instinctively going through the command post and going into this long hallway, dark long hallway. They have these guards here, and I'm like, wow, this is not normal. This is different. There's probably about 8 of us, and we go into this conference room. They sit us down, and we have to sign our life away. And I'm looking at these guys, like, I'm rolling my eyes, like, well, am I the only one writing my name here? Is everybody writing their names here? So I signed it, and then all of a sudden we found out what the assignment was about, and I was like, wow, I had no idea that we had that type of technology.
What was the assignment?
Working with the F-117, part of the Skunk Works project up at Tonopah Test Range.
And what were you doing day to day?
My day to day was really my official title was working for the commander of maintenance, Colonel Haynes. So I worked in maintenance operation control, MOXIE, we used to call it, Maintenance Operation Control Center.
My dad.
Making sure all the aircraft were operational, and if they had any issues, that we took care of the issues.
What did you think of the tech itself?
The technology, it seemed to me more like Star Wars, you know, than what we saw, you know, Captain Kirk, Spock, you know, beam me up, Scotty, all that type of stuff. I was like, this is way outside of my pay grade. And I was like, I don't know why I'm up here. I didn't understand that we were all handpicked because of scores or things that we've done in the military. So it was when my mother found out that I was picked for an assignment like that, that made her even more mad at me than anything else.
She was mad.
She was mad because I was very lazy in high school. My GPA coming out of high school was like 1.9.
Oof.
And my favorite quote was, D's get degrees. And she said, well, you see why? Because you didn't go to college, this is what you got. So
that's me. I just didn't care. I was sick and I was everything. Oh my God! So it's like I was heavily medicated at the time too. I was hardly in school. College was different, but high school is just man. And when I did excel in high school, I was only in there for a short time. One of the better things that ever happened to me. When I did excel,
you still think that?
And everything.
Absolutely.
So
I mean,
I know what that's like.
I've been fortunate enough in my life to have done a lot of things. I've been asked to write a book multiple times because of all the things that I've experienced, and this is one of those times in my life. You know, I take that block of my life. So yeah, I was a part of that. I feel kind of like the Forrest Gump of the modern world because I've done so many things, you know, and I've been somewhat successful. Everybody's definition of success is different, you know. To me, I think it's just normal. My friends and people I run into think it's extraordinary. I don't think it's that because the book's not over yet. So at least I hope the book's not over yet, and we'll see.
Where might people recognize you from?
They might recognize me from very multiple different ways. I worked for Golf Digest magazine where I was published multiple times for them. I did the Breaking 190/80 series for Golf Digest. During that time, I did some golf tips for CNN, which was in every airport in the country for 2 years. There's a 30 golf tip loop. So every 20 minutes, CNN would switch satellite feeds, and in that time we did a 2-minute video. It was myself, Donnie Lee, and Dave Maga. So we did tips. So I was one of the guys who was doing these golf tips. So there was times I'd be walking through the airport and I'd be talking to a friend and a golf tip would come up and somebody would have a magazine that I just was published in. And so it was that. Then when I played on the Canadian tour, it was also on the Golf Channel. So that I've done some other on-air stuff with the Golf Channel. So people see me and they say, do I know you? Do I not know you? You look familiar. You don't look familiar. Most people think because of my height, they might know me. Some people they recognize me from my days with the Harlem Globetrotters. So I've done if you don't know me, you put it together, you're like, okay. But if you put it all together, you say, I recognize him. So I'm one of those faces that you're not sure if you know why I should know you, why I shouldn't know you, why is it it leaves you wondering. Leaves me wondering.
Tell me about your time with the Harlem Globetrotters.
So the Harlem Globetrotters is, it was an interesting, it was a great time in my life for the fact that they gave me an opportunity to qualify and play golf full time. I
want to get to the nitty-gritty because, I just want to get to 3051. This is out for everybody. And I don't want to take too much of their content. This is theirs. I want to go over the Area 51 and other stuff about that. I'm not trying to disrespect. I have much respect for this guy. I just want to get to the nitty-gritty. It's been 3 hours, and I have a lot of stuff. I have a lot of respect for these guys. I do. But I need to.
And I went to Canadian Tour School and got my tour card, which that was on the Golf Channel.
Wow. It feels like you've...
I shot 5 under for 2 days, and there's college scouts there, and they're like, oh, who's that?
Yeah.
And
it made sense to transition out at that time.
So yeah.
The actual work that you were doing on the range, why was it so top secret?
It was top secret because of, national security for what we were doing to help, our upper echelon know what we were capable of doing when we were mission ready. To know how to get to get to different parts of the world, to
upper echelon,
make sure that we could be keep our stealthiness and be mission ready at all times. It was, so you had to understand there's so many different parts that go with that, of personnel, equipment, certain things that the aircraft required and needed. So not just for the secondary personnel, but for the pilots, for everything that you had to know. So it was very important to understand how we needed to do it, how we needed to fund it, how we needed to store it, how we were going to transport it. So there was a lot of things that were.
Were you able to share with your mom anything about what you were actually doing?
Absolutely zero. All my mom knew is there was a phone number if she needed me to get a hold of me, and that was it. Mm-hmm. Actually, my first ex-wife didn't know how to get a hold of me. And that was the whole thing. If you needed to get a hold of us, there was one central number, and they would contact us. So there was no other way. We'd come home, we'd be gone for 4 days and come home for 3.
How did it feel to be a part?
I was seeing my father and everything. My father would be gone 5 days.
Part of something like that.
5 days a week. And
it felt very special, especially at the young age. It kind of gave you the God complex, thinking first of all, you're handpicked, you're the top of the top, no matter what other branches say, whatever, because we weren't covered under the Geneva Convention. Other branches are.
God complex.
So if something was to happen with us, they weren't coming for us. Yeah, they're not coming for us now. And this is on the back end of it. They left us behind. So it made you feel, it's just like when you're playing basketball as a kid, or you're playing other sports and you're one of the first ones picked. It makes you feel good versus if you're not the one who's not picked, who's left behind. And knowing that you're doing something that you really couldn't talk about, you could only talk about with your other friends. And over the years, unless there was somebody I knew, if I didn't see you on site, I didn't talk to you. I have some friends that I knew.
You feel special, definitely.
Because we hung out on site. Yeah. That's the only time I would talk about what we did up there, or our health issues, and and thinking, I was like, wow, is it just me? Is it just him?
Yeah.
Because until we had this invisible enemy, none of us knew. And it was interesting how I even found out.
How did you find out?
So last year I was at U.S. Senior Open qualifying in in San Luis Obispo, and best friend, he was the best man at my second wedding. I was the best man at his wedding. We both are godfathers to each other's children. He's caddying for me, and he had some issues. He was uprange with us, and he had some issues, and he is actually right now has a 0 rating with the VA, and had abdominal cancer, and had to have his abdomen, had to have his bladder removed. So he sent me a link about some article. So I read the article, and I contact the author of the article, and it had Dave in there. She gave me Dave's info. I contacted Dave, and we vetted each other. And because
you didn't trust that Dave was who he said he was at first?
I don't trust anybody. I don't care what you are, who you are, unless if I can't put eyes myself on you, if I don't have eyes on myself, or somebody who I trust has eyes who can vouch for you, I could care less. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, this guy, that. Doesn't matter. Not to me. Because
you don't trust me,
everything has always been smoke and mirrors. Yeah. And so Dave and I, when we started talking, we were on the base football team together. Yeah. Now, then I realized, that was 30 years ago. I don't look as fit as I was, and Dave doesn't look as fit as he was, and now we're, the aches and pains that we have. And the only way that I knew that Dave was actually telling me the truth is that he told me the name of our quarterback at the time. And only way he would know that, and the only way I would know that, is we were both on the same team. And Dave was the center, and I was the halfback. And I was like, wow. okay, it's a real deal. Because, with Google and other sources now, people could go, and I hear a lot of stolen valor and lost, people out there who make up what they've been doing and what's going on with their lives, and it's unless you can validate what's going on. When you were telling me about the ECPs, we talked about the ECPs and all the entrance and how you go in, your levels, and talk about the schematics of the site.
Well, and let me ask, had you already had health issues at that point when you contacted Dave?
Yes.
So let me ask, when did that start? How old were you? What happened?
I don't know a date. I just know it's just been continuous for, I can't remember how long of a time. I remember in 2008, I was working at a golf course, and a buddy of mine who took lessons with me, he was a ranger in the Army, and he was like, have you been to the VA? I said, I haven't been to the VA since I tried to go to the VA when I got in 1990, and they denied me any care then. I was like, every time I've tried. So he kind of pushed it for me to go, and that's when I really start noticing. It was like I was really paying attention to the things that I have. I really pay attention to, wow, I really don't sleep at night because I got this ring in my ears. Oh my God, I really don't sleep at night because my knee is throbbing. Oh, I don't sleep at night because my ankle would lock up and I can't walk. Oh, I didn't realize that every 4 or 5 weeks I can't get out of bed. I just thought it was just normal. So
When did the thyroid cancer happen?
it was diagnosed in 2008. So, but my voice has changed. It's gotten way deeper. So there's other issues that are going, health issues that are going, but I'm like, and when I found out what's going on here, with the invisible enemy, I was like, well, they've already gave us a death sentence. So it's just, I'm one of the younger ones. So I got to try to survive as long as I can, because the life expectancy from what I've understood is 30, 35 years after you've been exposed to ionized radiation. So I'm right there. But from what I've seen of other people who have been in close proximity to me, a guy who was actually in my office, he died at my age, and he died of cancer 7 years ago. I was in contact with a guy who was in my direct chain of command. I just got in contact with him in September. He remembered me. I
know with my father, right? I don't know. There's a lot of shit that needs to come out about Lockheed Skunk Works and illegal activity. My dad, I wish more people would have come out. And about, like with my father, he was working on some chemicals. He's working on F-117 and other stuff, which, he couldn't talk about or anything, or wouldn't. And he was talking about, how he kept things quiet around me, because I was talking about UFOs and stuff like that, and how secrecy around that was. And he knew I was going to get into stuff that he didn't want to talk about or couldn't talk about. I don't know what all he did know or anything, but he said, he worked around chemicals, and this stuff caused cancer and stuff like that, Lockheed Martin, Skunk Works. And those sons of bitches need to pay a fucking price for what they did. These places, they need to pay a freaking price. They do. How if they have gotten help, they need to be called out and they need to be attacked over it. Because all the suffering that they've gone through should never have happened. And it's criminal. It really pisses me off.
I never forgot his name. So we were going back and forth and this was in September. And then he just contacted me out of the blue, says, I got to stop contact because I just found out I've got stage 4 bone cancer. I'm like, wow. So it's hitting not just enlisted, it's not just officers, it's everybody who's up there. And then I also have my best friend who I know the cancer he had, what he was dealing with. A buddy of mine who I hung out with, he was a weapons guy. He was a weapons loader, and he's got Parkinson's, and he's only 55 years old. He's got the shakes, and I was like, wow. And I try to, as much as I travel, I try to make sure I see somebody just to make sure that their spirits are up and let them know, hey, we're all here for you. We're all in this together.
Say that for me again. You said that you feel they handed all of you a death sentence. Who is they?
Our government. According to what we are learning, our government knew that area was contaminated. So knowing that, and they willfully put us there, knowing what the back end aspect of it, in the micro aspect, they're getting their aspect, and the macro of what the health issues are going to be for those people are going to be, and they purposely put you up there, that's giving somebody a death sentence. Because it might be low doses of ionized radiation, but when you're exposed to that, for a certain amount of years, it takes its toll, and it takes its toll on everybody differently. I mean, I know you're going to interview other veterans, and they're all going to look completely different. I mean, as people look at me, I don't look like I have many issues, but that's more because mine's are more internal. So, and I don't let anybody know how much pain I'm in, because I'm not out here looking for trying to recruit for a pity party. Nobody cares. They really don't. I mean, they might come up to you and say, "Oh, yeah, I'm sorry for you," but when they walk away from you, nobody's gonna really. They know you're in pain. You deal with your pain. If you're being not nice about it, then people remember. But if you take your pain and you just make sure everybody else has a great day, it is what it is.
Well, what are you dealing with every day?
Oh, I've got chronic pain. I mean, like I said, my knee, my ankle, my back, my neck.
What do you have to do to just get through the day?
Well, I have to wake up 2 hours minimum. If I'm playing a golf tournament, it's 3 hours minimum just to get out of bed, just to get some ibuprofen in my system. I have to get some CBD in my system. I have to get something in my system so I can start moving. And then I have to take about a 20-minute really hot shower just to get everything just moving around. Pain patches. It's just you just put things together just to make sure that you can survive each day. And it becomes habit, so you don't even think about it. But yeah, it takes me a minimum, and I'm out there on the golf course teaching or playing every day. So yeah, there's sometimes my back will go out and somebody doesn't even know, and I'm trying to demonstrate a shot or do something here. It's like, yeah, I gotta get there way early just to be able to function.
How is dealing with the thyroid cancer?
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I can't change it. It's not curable. So, and my thyroid cancer is rare for African American men under the age of 80. So you have to be exposed to ionized radiation for that to happen. It's from my understanding, 0.1% chance of getting it if you're under 80 African American.
How old are you now?
56.
Do you worry about what the future holds for you, knowing what's happened to so many of your fellow veterans?
If you think about the future, you start panicking. It is what it is, one day at a time. I can't, really.
Do you feel betrayed?
Absolutely. I feel, no, I don't feel, do I feel betrayed? Yes. I also feel pushed aside. Our government who has chosen
yeah, of course.
to
they were
use national security as their excuse to not take care of the people, took care of them. Where our government has no issues giving out billions and billions of dollars to other nations and people who haven't put or helped this country at all. I have an issue with that. I mean, but it's not my pay grade to judge. I just know that if it was the other way around, the people who have taken care of you, you take care of the people who take care of you first. Then if you have an abundance, then you take care of other people. But if you're going to have people take care of you and then you're going to put them, throw them to the side, I've got kind of an issue with that.
So explain the issue to me. The DOD denies that you were ever there?
Yes, they did. The DOD denies that any DOD personnel were up there. Not the DOE had contractors up there who were with us side by side, and they were also those contractors were in the bill from President Clinton. Were compensated for being up there, and the DOD said we're going to take care of our people. There's and they have chosen not to, and they use our country's defense as the reason why they haven't. So we were also part of a non-discretionary black budget. So with that being said, that's all our records have been supposedly data masked. So there's no records of our injuries or what we were exposed to, if we were injured during that time, all of that. So yeah, we have a DD Form 214 and we get very basic, very minimal coverage from the VA, and that's about it. As right now, as we speak right now, today, I still have a 0 rating with the VA.
So you have no document that can actually prove that you went to where you went to every single day for years?
I have documents that says I was a part of the Tonopah test range. That's it. But we also know how we got there. It was at the time they called it Key Airlines, it was the red and whites with no tail numbers, and you had to have a top secret clearance just to get on those things. Yeah. So yeah,
it all fits together. Same with my father. He was on the Janet planes as well. He flew on those. I've been on those planes. Myself. Those Janet planes.
There's
I've been
documents
inside
somewhere.
of those. I've been on those.
And I think what people really need to realize is not any current administrations who are at fault here. We have to realize. So if we look at just we have President Biden. Before that, we had President Trump. Before that, we had President Obama. Before that, we had President Bush. Before that, we had Bush Senior's doing it. Before that, we had before Bush Senior was President Clinton, President Bush. Before that, President Reagan. It's before them. So how many administrations or how many presidents have we gone through? So to be able to put that, so we're looking at prior to Carter Mondale. Who are those people who put us
This
at
goes
risk?
back to the 50s.
And who are those people who have chosen to not bring that file? All we can say with those other administrations, they've brought that file forward to rectify things.
What would make things right now?
Each one of us have a different interpretation of that. I mean, I'm not into giving discounts. I mean, you want us to give you a discount on our lives and our livelihoods. I don't think that's right. What would be right is that my personal thought that everybody who served up there, DOE, DOD, should be from date of separation be 100%, and they should all be back, compensated for their time because they knew that they willingly put us there. I mean, any politician who doesn't agree with that it would be the same thing. Would you go up there for 3 years if I asked you to?
What is the most infuriating thing about all of this?
That the Department of Defense knows, and they're choosing to play the long game and trying to make sure that we don't outlive them, so they don't have to take care of or acknowledge us.
You feel that they're just waiting for all the veterans to die?
Oh yeah, it's a long game. It's definitely a long game because they could have taken care of that a long time ago. The DOD could have had a special insignia indicator that would anybody who's here take care of them. And you don't have to explain it, because realizing secrecy goes two ways. Their secrecy was on the front end, where we're taking care of the asset, and we're making sure that now the secrecy on the back end is making sure they take care of us if we were to have issues. Doesn't mean we're going to need the issues, but if instead of having to fight Congress to get it presumptive, if it would have been from the beginning, it wouldn't be an issue whatsoever. They've chosen to make it to go this far, but who do we say who's chosen to drop the ball? Is it every person in the DOD who has that position drop the ball, or maybe they have eyes only access, or they don't have access to certain files? So something has slipped through the cracks, or they've chosen to let it slip through the cracks, but information is getting out. So now what's going to be interesting to see is see how these politicians run like roaches when the lights come on, when they're going.
What I want to know, because I'm not getting
be held accountable and see where they stand. Because you don't. My one question always to most politicians is, what's your job title? And none of them tell me. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Pomp, I have to ask, were there any aliens up where you were
it's
working?
It's not protecting the people.
Not that I know of.
What was that sideways look? What was that?
Nothing.
Probably not. Oh, yeah, there were. Yeah, a lot of times they keep that in separate hangars. They have the hangar for F-117s, and then they have another hangar, where they house the exotic NHI stuff. So they like to keep those separated. Of course, you pretty much knew which was what, but they kept those separated because of different levels of classification and stuff like that.
Not that I know.
You swear?
Pinky what?
Yeah, he did.
Not that I know of. I never saw anything.
Yeah, they keep that house different. They don't want. They keep that. So they don't want them looking at that. People have been, from what I know from other people, is that they have machine guns. Even the security has machine guns, and you look straight forward. You can't just look different ways. They tell you where you cannot look, and other stuff like that. If you do, then they security gets on you. They tell you, do not look, just do your job, get in and out. There are different categories to, UFO, NHI, magic, tech, stuff like that, spirit, stuff and everything. So, hold on, I need to get to the other stuff. The half hour of this, I had to take a leak real quick. Everybody take a bio break, get a little snack or whatever. Be right back. Let's see how far is this? 3 hours, 20 minutes. All right, take a leak real quick. Why did I forget about this? Just a bit. I just got to take some. So let's see where this guy is here.
Scalar waves. Now, these were shown to me by this being as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us.
This is interesting. This says it all. Alien abducts construction worker, teaches him physics. This is something I have not seen this. I want to go over this. Everything else. So, how long is this thing? Holy Mother of God. Introduction, maturity for construction of quantum physics. This is from Jesse Michaels. Giving him a shout out. I wanted to go over this because, like I do thoughts, I have my own experiences and stuff, and I believe in getting this stuff out there. Have different people's stories.
You can use the potentials that exist all around us right now in the quantum vacuum to surveil an entire room.
How would you do that?
I don't want to say because it starts to overlap into stuff that's sensitive. I know a group that is working in the government that has been working on this since the 90s. And
you have this amazing blue being experience that prompts you to get into quantum physics.
Because of what this being had showed me, I started looking into this notion of longitudinal scalar waves. Now, these were shown to me by this being as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us. You can use the potentials that exist all around us right now in the quantum vacuum to surveil an entire room.
How would you do that?
I don't want to say because it starts to overlap into stuff that's sensitive. I know a group that is working in the government that has been working on this since the 90s. And they've had massive success. There are things that I've seen in private laboratories that are undeniable and verified by people other than myself in those facilities. A UAP was hovering near some plants. And as an individual approached the UAP shot off, as many people have experienced. However, when the plants that were close to the UAP were analyzed, they had aged 10 years within X amount of hours. We're dealing with multiple factions or elements of both government and private industry that have vast influence on what could or could not be revealed, and no one really knows what to do. If you reveal some, then people are going to take it and run with it, and then that's going to open up a whole other avenue of research that can be weaponized pretty easily if someone has a nefarious mindset. We have mutual friends that are privately working on some of these things where 6-7 months worth of work in the lab, all of a sudden it's a weapon now. And if someone gets a hold of that weapon, it's game over.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
You know.
Jesse Michaels, everybody check him out if you haven't already, and leave a like and everything. Heard a lot about how they were taking, psychics, telepathy, psionics, psychic programs, stuff like that, and how this is what I don't like about the military and the government, how they want to have everything weaponized. They want to have everyone as a weapon, to use as a weapon, and stuff like that, and it's just evil with our governments doing this, and they just need to be toppled the way that it is, and have an age of enlightenment with ETs, or not just ETs, but spirits, magic type of craft, and other stuff, beings and everything else. Where we don't need technology and stuff like this. It's just there needs to be the world needs to change.
Davis, who have also noted his impressive knowledge in areas of unorthodox work. He was down and out.
Different parts of the brain have different activities.
Well, you know that, don't you?
Maybe you should interview me.
I feel like I've seen something like
this interview was one of the most baffling and intriguing I've ever done on this show. Today, we will talk to a former construction worker. He was down and out and just scraping by. He then developed an interest in UFOs. Then, he had an interaction with a blue alien being that, according to him, caused him to do a deep dive into quantum physics. All of this sounded pretty crazy when I first heard about it. But since meeting this next guest, I've introduced him to a Navy scientist who's worked at the highest levels of government. Even he was extremely impressed and intrigued by this former construction worker's findings. I know all of this sounds insane, but it's true. Our next guest was also spotted by the legendary Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis, who have also noted his impressive knowledge in areas of unorthodox science.
Dr. Davis, thank you so very much for being here today.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here.
A lot of this guest's interests in physics are in a special branch of it called extended electrodynamics. We recorded this interview in early December of 24. And at the time of its recording, extended electrodynamics was considered quackery, something you might hear at a zero-point energy conference somewhere in the Southwest from a crystal healer. But right after we recorded this podcast, the National Science Foundation and NASA co-sponsored a podcast with some elite scientists and engineers with serious credentials claiming to invest.
Mr. Cario, Dr. Pell, put off, Larry Forsley, Global Energy, Philip Lenz, on Space, Richard.
Investigate, you guessed it, extended electrodynamics. I've also heard from multiple other Navy whistleblowers that this framework is very, very real and useful.
When you introduce the scalar field, you now have the possibility of at least 3 completely new kinds of waves.
Okay, so a construction worker with no formal schooling downloads exotic physics from a blue alien being, and that physics is now being vindicated at the highest levels of government and aerospace. Sounds about right for 2025. But this former construction worker hasn't only agreed to come on my show, he's agreed to speak with any scientist at any level about his theories on my show as a follow-up. I thought that was a pretty decent show of confidence. So without further ado, please enjoy this special sit-down with this week's American alchemist, the scientific savant himself, David Rossi.
I'm here with Dave Rossi, and I couldn't be more excited to have this conversation because we've had a lot of offline conversations over the last couple of years or year or so. And I'm always wildly impressed at your knowledge of physics, experimentally and theoretically. And you kind of came out of the blue and had like this extremely interesting origin story when it came to how you acquired.
This is more of what I want to get into, is the quantum physics and everything, of understanding this stuff, because we get rid of these idiots that are teaching people wrong physics and everything, so-called smart people at universities and colleges. Weed them out, get rid of them, put in these other people instead that know about psychic phenomena, telepathy, all these other magic programs and everything, and how space-time really works, how it can be manipulated, twisted, and everything, interdimensional stuff and everything else, and things need to change.
Such esoteric knowledge of physics, and so it's an honor to have you here, man.
Well, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Like you said, we've spoken for quite a while over the years, and I'm very excited to be on the show. I really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely, man. No, the honor is mine, and you have a really great podcast everybody should check out as well. It's called Generation Z, and so we're going to go to the limits of my knowledge and ability to understand this stuff, but if we ever exceed that, you can just go watch Zed's channel, and it's great.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, of course. So,
I
know...
I say everyone check him out. Everyone should check him out. His channel. I'm going to have to, too. Because I want to get everyone's information and stuff like that, and what they think and everything. So the more we can learn about this,
you to be somebody extremely knowledgeable, not only about UFOs from like an investigative lens, which a lot of journalists out there know a lot about, like UFOs and the history of the government vis-a-vis UFOs.
Right.
You know about it from a scientific perspective, and I think a lot of what you get into is actually just man-made, prosaic, human, exotic technology.
Correct.
That sort of mimics UFOs. Maybe it's inspired by UFOs. I don't know.
Right.
But
yeah, if I can give a little background as to how I got into this, basically. So it was around the time that COVID had hit, and I decided to start a small podcast. And I didn't think at the time, about 4 years ago, that I would be where I am currently. And so what happened essentially was I decided to start looking into the UFO topic in general, UAPs and all that. But then after a couple years of doing the show, I started to say to myself, well, I'm very interested in learning about it and making videos on it. And I was gracious enough to have a small audience that supported me. But I said to myself, well, what if I can actually try and build something? And so I tried to first dive into the theory of things like, Maxwell's equations and so on and so forth. And throughout that process, I recall a very spiritual experience. Going to sleep one evening, and it felt like, I don't want to use the word abducted because I think that implies that there was some negative connotation to the experience, which in this case for me, graciously, there wasn't. But I remember...
Right. This is the thing I keep saying. There's good and evil ETs.
I guess you could say taken by a blue energy type humanoid, if you will. There were no physical characteristics. It was just pure blue energy, and I really couldn't tell.
Why do you say humanoid when you say?
Well, because it had 2 arms, 2 legs. It was just significantly taller than you or I, for example, height-wise. And so...
And when you say no physical characteristics, it was like you could move right through it with your hand or something?
Essentially, yes.
Like a plasma being or
basically,
something?
very not really dense whatsoever, sort of like, right, electric plasma type being. And I recall, I can't say for certain because I don't know if it was a physical experience or a purely energetic or spiritual one, but I recall opening my eyes and I saw all this basically white light around me, but it seemed like it was a very convex type structure. And then I recall I felt like I was very drowsy, and I recalled seeing this blue being basically standing very close to my head. And then next thing I knew, I basically closed my eyes, and I woke up the next morning, and I had all of a sudden this extreme drive and inclination to study electrical engineering and quantum physics in particular, and I knew absolutely nothing about it.
This is the thing. For some of us, I get high. I could get high, really high, off of stuff like this. It isn't, like marijuana or something like that.
I failed math, I think, almost every year of high school. And so I spent the first 2 years from there, basically.
Yeah. Same with me. I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry. But me, it's like, other math, I'm not interested in that shit. Me, I want to get into the higher stuff. I don't want the stupid little stuff. I want the higher up stuff. I don't care about the small stuff. I don't. I want to get into the higher stuff.
I had made some videos where I had discussed these type of concepts on my channel. Without getting into specifics name-wise, I was noticed by a handful of very nice gentlemen that seemingly saw some potential to what I was saying from a physics and engineering perspective. Gave some presentations to those individuals, and since then continued to learn many cups of coffees later, many late nights spent just reading papers, the Soviet papers, the older North American papers, which is I think in terms of zero-point energy tech, a lot of stuff is in the older literature more so than the modern literature. And then from there, I built a handful of different devices that had some interesting effects that seemed to substantiate what a lot of the theory that people like Dr. Pudov, Dr. Davis, and others have discussed. However, I must say that there were people going all the way back to the early 1900s, going back to Nikola Tesla, people, for example, like Gabriel Krohn, E.T. Whittaker, and so on, that seemed to substantiate certain experiments that I was doing with a partner of mine, using things like, for example, ring superconductors and looking into the notion of magnetism and so on. And then from there, I continued to network and meet more people, both in the defense industry as well as in the private sector. And there seemed to be more and more validity to what I was looking into, and I don't claim I was the first one to discover this by any stretch.
What were you before you had your experience? You had a podcast where you're covering UFOs, is that right?
Correct.
And so you were already somewhat interested in kind of out there subjects, but nothing from a scientific perspective.
Nothing. Since I was young, I always had an interest in the paranormal and things like that. But nothing from the scientific aspect. Before the podcast, I was in construction.
Yeah.
It was pretty straightforward. There was no. I don't have any formal degrees.
So what inspired you to start a UFO podcast as a construction worker?
Well, what happened was COVID had hit, and this was during the time when people had 2-3 months off where they were staying home. And I said to myself, I looked around at the time at the UFO podcasting field, from what I could find at least, and I could, with all due respect to the shows out there, I couldn't find a show that seemed to be very unbiased and neutral and just looked at evidence rather than implementing a certain biased perspective. And I thought maybe I could contribute to the field by just applying an open mind to it. Now, granted, with that said, that has significantly changed because of fantastic shows like yourself and some others. But at the time, that's what I was doing. And so there came a point where I just kind of got bored, and I said I want to try and make something and see what I could do dealing with electromagnetism in particular, what that could potentially lead to.
And how far into doing the podcast do you have this amazing blue being experience that prompts you to get into quantum physics?
Probably about just over a year in, maybe a year and a half.
Okay.
So going to 2021 now, give or take.
Is there anything that happened before that experience, or it just seemed like out of the blue, no pun intended?
But literally, no pun intended, out of the blue entirely.
Wow.
Nothing preliminary that was before that.
That's amazing. Okay, so you're prompted to look into both electrical engineering and kind of some more experimental stuff, but also some of the theory behind some of these more exotic, lineages in science, if you will.
Right.
And you say you get noticed. Can you say anything more about that? And no worries if you can't.
Certain individuals that you've interviewed on your show noticed me and asked me to present a couple of times over, and they were very interested in what I had to say, and that told me, well, if I'm onto something, I clearly must be onto something semi-feasible at least, because if not, why would there be this show of interest?
Yeah.
And then from there, essentially, I began networking more and more, meeting with different groups of people in the private military contractor field, meeting with people inside the Defense Department, and officially, there was no way that they could support me, but privately, they were encouraging me significantly to continue pursuing what I was doing. And so, at this point in time now, what I essentially do is I consult for private groups as well as for, in some cases, other we'll just say private groups for different aspects of physics, and I don't claim to know a lot by any means compared to certain individuals out there with regards to zero-point energy, but I think in a certain capacity I could probably hold my own, and so that's led me to where I am now, and I'm very, very fortunate and very grateful. So,
well, I'll just say the reason we're even doing this is because I don't feel super equipped. I mean, we had an initial conversation. A lot of what you said resonated on some instinctive level with me.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, this guy seems, pretty legit. Like this seems awesome. Like what he's into seems directionally exactly aligned with a lot of intuitions I've had, or even stuff I've discovered just from a historical perspective when it comes to Townsend Brown or high energy physics or certain anomalies with consciousness or whatever.
Right.
You were kind of saying a lot of this stuff, but taking it a little deeper as far as the math and theory of it. But really what convinced me is, I don't know if you remember this, but I was like, oh, okay, I appreciate, meeting you, Zed, this is amazing, but like you were a construction worker 4 years ago and you just got prompted by a blue being to get into this.
I will say that this will be controversial, however, I know that you're not afraid of any of that. I started looking into, because of what this being had showed me during that one evening experience in a visual sense, I started looking into this notion of what people call longitudinal waves or longitudinal scalar waves. Now, I know there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation out there about it. I know that we have mutual friends that are currently conducting experiments looking into basically proving its feasibility and what it could lead to and so on.
And just for the audience, so this is this idea of, sometimes it's called scalar physics, other times it's called extended electrodynamics. It's the idea that classical electrodynamics, as we currently hold it, which only allows for the, your typical transverse Hertzian electromagnetic wave, which attenuates over space-time. Electrons pair off, that sort of thing.
Right.
You actually have this other thing called the scalar field,
right,
which allows for all sorts of exotic wave types where in the transverse Hertzian wave you have electric field, a magnetic field, and wave propagation, and all three are perpendicular to one another.
Right.
And in this case, you could have a magnetic field and wave propagation. They're parallel, and so it could all the attenuation over normal distances in space time, that sort of thing, might get kind of negated by these exotic wave types.
Correct. And so, to your point, very well said, by the way, these longitudinal waves were shown to me by this being basically as slinkies, so to speak, that exist all around us. But because of the way that quantum
That's one way to say it. Like
slinkies,
how waves
or would
and all
explain it
stuff
if there was any official way to that would be allowed through the system to explain it. They exist all around us in what we call, I guess you could say, the quantum vacuum, or what was once called the luminiferous ether many years ago, I think over 100 years ago. They exist all around us, but they also don't simultaneously. So you need to, in other words, curve space-time itself in order to tap these type of waves. So you use the traditional Hertzian transverse waves that we're used to and accustomed to, but you apply certain conditions in an engineering sense to them, in which will allow space-time to curve. Now,
how do you do that?
This is where it's interesting, and I will get into that. So essentially, if I may start with a very basic foundation here, everything that is taught, to my understanding, within particle physics, electrical engineering on a basic level have to do with what are called U1 models that essentially assume a flat space-time. So in other words, in the condition of a flat space-time, you cannot get these effects. And if you begin to curve space-time itself, which I'll explain practically, you can start to see this certain type of phenomenology that you otherwise would not see. So what do I mean by that? For example, the Aronoff-Bohm effect shows essentially that potentials themselves, more formally called the four-vector potentials, are actually more fundamental than physical fields. And I know there's a lot of people privately that grasp it even better than I do, but I think publicly there are a lot of people that truly don't see that because it maybe seems too esoteric or too magical or what have you. But the idea here is that essentially the electromagnetic vector potential can allow for the essentially the curving of space-time in a topological sense. So in the laboratory, you energetically start to get these caduceus-like waves that occur longitudinally that are initially start off in a transverse sense. Now, in a very simple regard, one way that space-time itself could be curved would be having to do with spinning, for example, a capacitor, if you will. Because what you're doing from a mechanical perspective is you're inducing curvature within that local vicinity of space-time. Now, I'm paraphrasing here, and forgive me for those that are watching this later on, where if you look up the actual quote, I may be a little bit wrong here, but Feynman said something peculiar, which is that when you are charging a capacitor, you start to see the sparks come in on the edges of the gap of the actual capacitor instead of where you're charging it from, which implies that there's some type of kinetic momentum, if you will, within the quantum vacuum or the ether that is right in front of us that we don't take a certain perspective in order to be able to see it for what it could be or what it could lead to. So, for example, people look at the Aronoff-Bohm effect and they think, well, what does this mean? Well, it's possible that by implementing a vector and scalar potentials electromagnetically, you can start to induce curved space-time phenomenologies topologically that otherwise you could not do with a flat space-time metric. So from if I may say, from a chemistry perspective, say you have an acid and a hydroxide and you neutralize the two in the laboratory. But what happens is you don't get any exothermic reaction. In other words, you don't get any heat. The standard U1 model that assumes a flat space-time says you will always get heat. There's nothing wrong with that standard model under the assumption that space-time is always flat. But if space-time is curved, it's possible that you may start to deal with negative entropy or neg entropy rather than entropy or forward-moving entropy as we now know it to be. So what that means is we start getting these waves and phenomena that would otherwise not be realizable, because when you curve space-time, you start to induce a caduceus-like effect.
What's caduceus?
Caduceus meaning essentially like two waves, like the serpent, the medical symbol, the serpent moving around a staff.
Yeah.
So the actual serpent itself would be representative of the waves, or the same way if you think of our DNA double helix, so to speak. And so what happens is that when you're in when you see these effects with this acid and hydroxide, it's possible that there may be a negative energy aspect that is occurring, which means that you may have electrical effects in that experiment where the electricity is cold instead of hot. And this also overlaps directly in to the field with low energy nuclear reactions, cold fusion. And so it gets very interesting because you start to realize that there are these vortex-like geometries in the laboratory, whether it's with chemistry, whether it's with electrical engineering or so on, or particle physics, that otherwise you would not get if you assumed a flat space-time. So what happens is if somebody says, a scientist may come in and say, oh, that's just sulfuric acid, I would beg to differ. It would be sulfuric acid if you unkinked the space-time topology that the curvature of space-time itself allowed you to induce. Now, if you unkinked it, if you think of basically just two, chains locking into each other, if you unkink those chains or those fields, if you will, now you're back to a flat space-time. Okay. But if you're dealing with curving space-time, you start to get these phenomena that otherwise you would not expect, and to my knowledge at least, are not taught within certain schools and institutions. And so ideally
as far as producing these effects, are you saying that space-time itself is actually curved, or are you saying that you can use high electromagnetism to curve space-time?
Space-time, it wants to be curved. So in other words, you have to mechanically or artificially induce curvature in it.
And you do that through electromagnetism?
You can.
I was talking to a scientist named Bob McGuire. Do you know him?
I've heard of him.
And he was talking about the stress energy tensor,
right,
in Einstein's equations,
right,
and how sort of conventionally in physics, if you have enough electromagnetism, you should be able to curve space-time. But we really just know that occurs through mass because you have planetary cosmology where there's sort of this inward gravitational force,
right?
But it doesn't really feel like, from an engineering perspective, we have the ability to create, the enormous amount of electromagnetism in order to curve space-time. What do you think?
This is a great question. I appreciate it. So I would say that we actually can, and we have privately, as humans, without even needing to look at any type of reverse engineered programs. Although I'm sure, if one is working on a project and they're given access to reverse engineered legacy programs, they'd be able to, cross-reference and make vast.
Yeah, sometimes we do it without even knowing. Sometimes we do it without even knowing. That's the thing, I mean, how, these crazy, projects that we do or whatever, sometimes it's done without us knowing. Hold on a second, I didn't get another piece of bread. My nose and everything, I want to be coughing and everything. Hold on.
Advancements.
Let's talk about a guilt-free alternative to alcohol that's perfect for your dry January or any time you want to unwind. Cornbread's organic CBD gummies. These gummies are an absolute lifesaver for my evening routine. They're a natural way to relax, celebrate, or wind down without the hangover. I've cut back a lot on my alcohol consumption over the last few years. For a lot of you trying out dry January or cutting back generally,
It's not always easy, but swapping that glass of wine for cornbread CBD gummies is a total game changer. It's a simple upgrade to your evening routine that leaves you feeling great the next day without sacrificing the fun. Plus, with all natural ingredients, they're the perfect way to stay balanced. Cornbread hemp isn't just a product, it's a small way to bring balance into your life. Whether you're journaling, meditating, or simply enjoying some downtime, these gummies elevate the experience without any of the guilt. It's like having a moment of calm in your pocket, ready whenever you need it. Alcohol doesn't have to be the default anymore. Whether you're cutting back for dry January or just looking for a healthier way to relax, you've got to try Cornbread CBD gummies. Right now, American Alchemy listeners can save 30% on their first order. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/Jesse and use code Jesse at checkout. Again, that's cornbreadhemp.com/Jesse, code Jesse. Cornbread Hemp. This is the good life. Fellow alchemists, it's a new year, and that means it's time to get organized and take control of our financial wellness. For me, Rocket Money has been an absolute game changer. It helped me uncover all sorts of subscriptions I totally forgot about. Like a few I had no idea I was paying for months after I stopped using the services. With Rocket Money, I canceled these in just a few clicks, saving money instantly. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions, monitors your spending, and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Seeing all your subscriptions in one place is such a relief. You know exactly where your money is going. For the ones you don't want anymore, Rocket Money can help you cancel them. No awkward phone calls, no hassle, just savings. Rocket Money also gives you a clear view of your expenses across all your accounts. You can create
I have to show this because I don't want it, unless there's a chance of copyright strike and everything else. Jesse Michaels here. I'm doing this for transformative news purposes. Well, I want everybody to learn about this stuff and everything else. I think it's important for us to learn about the reality of what's really out there and to get different takes on physics, astrophysics, metaphysics, quantum physics, all that other stuff and everything. And there's so much stuff to learn out there. So many different places. Get them from different places. Feed your mind, feed your head. Because it needs to feed your soul. I got so much more to learn and understand. Some of this I get, and some of this I'm a little
personalized budgets, track your monthly spending trends. Whistleblowers like David Grush, Lou Elizondo, who say that we have like reverse engineering efforts within the government.
I also believe that as well.
Okay.
I believe that as well. I believe we're dealing with a mixed bag, so to speak. Yeah, I don't take one avenue. I'm not narrow-minded with regards to what I believe versus don't believe.
Okay.
I think we're dealing with a mixed bag here.
And so you're getting into Sal Pais. Sal Pais, for the audience, is Navy engineer who holds patents, 3 extremely interesting patents involving inertial mass reduction and exotic flight principles and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And I just interviewed him actually, and so.
Oh, that's amazing.
All the stuff is connected. The quantum field, all this math, chaos, quantum mechanics, chaos theory, all this stuff is connected together. All this connects, all paranormal stuff is connected. It's connected like a web, like a spider's web, except for it's a multi-dimensional thing. It's like you have, I don't like to use tentacles, but a web, and everything. It's just, and you could just get from all different areas of
that's awesome. That's awesome. He's a great guy. He's a really good guy.
Awesome guy. I like him a lot. Sensitive soul.
Oh, he's a very, very sweet guy. Very sweet guy. I think that to your question, that we as humans have made advancements with regards to things like inertial mass reduction, with regards to things like the emission of high-frequency gravitational waves. And if I could say very quickly for the audience, inertial mass reduction means you're basically reducing the mass of an object, so it begins to essentially fall up instead of the way that you would drop an object. It begins to essentially fall upwards because you're biasing the potentials of the mass of that object itself.
And this is something that's been reported by Eugene Plekletnov, and it's also, and that goes back to Victor Schauberger, because his dad was actually a Soviet agent that retrieved Victor Schauberger's files.
Yes.
But that also connects with this modern anti-gravity conspiracy. You have this woman named Ning Lee, who's at University of Alabama Huntsville, and she claims to have a mass reduction effect over a spinning superconductor. And so do you basically believe both of those accounts?
I think there may be something there with Podkletnov. Forgive me, I have to be careful with regards to what I say about Ning Lee, but what I can say about that is that there is evidence, of which I'd be happy to provide to you afterwards, where in the early 2000s she had sent an email to, I forgot who it was exactly, someone in the alternative propulsion community, where she claimed she had generated about 11 kilowatts of high-frequency gravitational waves.
Whoa.
The email messaging was then intercepted by an IP address from West Point, and then from there you never heard from her again.
From there she wins this, top secret military contract. She
Correct.
gets a clearance.
West Point.
Correct. And
That's military
she kind
school.
of falls off the face of the earth. She leaves the University of Alabama Huntsville.
Yep.
You
Yeah.
could just say, oh, her work fell off, she was a quack or whatever, but then we found out since that Larry Smalley, who was the head of the physics department at University of Alabama Huntsville, goes and joins her. And Larry Smalley, his name is on a patent in 2004 that basically involves an asymmetric barrel-shaped capacitor, and it's for NASA.
Right.
And it connects all the way back to Townsend Brown's work, and that was like the original kind of anti-gravity guy who was using capacitors to maybe manipulate space-time.
Exactly. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Ning Lee was actually more focused on superconductors in a solid-state sense. I know initially in the 90s she was collecting data on ring superconductors, but I believe the issue with spinning it after a certain threshold was that the disks, the rings would begin to break. So I know she was looking into a more solid state aspect. However, there is a paper that was released by Bob Baker under the MITRE Corporation for one of the high-frequency gravitational wave conferences, where you cannot actually access the entire paper, just the abstract introduction, where I'm paraphrasing, but Bob Baker...
There's all different types of magic that we use for craft and stuff like that, or tech or whatever. I just call it magic. That's high frequencies, like sound type stuff, high frequencies or other type stuff. And it's like there are different types of ways that we do it with manipulate, anti-gravity, stuff like that, and everything. And not just one type, of energy or whatever, but different types. And that's because if one is a fail, then you can try and use other applications, other types of magic or tech, and stuff like that. So, I mean, which is actually smart, not to use more than one type. In case you have a failure in this other one type of technology, you go to the others, and you learn from different ways of.
Talks about, he's now since deceased, but he talked about how Ning Lee was able to generate up to 11 kilowatts of gravitational waves, and essentially there were two types of gravity that she had discovered, which was AC gravity and DC gravity. So a static type of gravity and then an alternating current type of gravity, under the notion that gravity comes from the topological displacement of matter topologies, meaning essentially you can use electromagnetism in a certain format in which would then, at the next level above, through the curving of space-time, allow you to control gravity electromagnetically.
Whoa, wait, explain that. And it's interesting
Sure.
you say the two types of gravity, because that comes up a lot.
Well, you can also correlate that to, and this
Wow.
is for your viewers and yourself to decide for yourself, to
That's
Mr.
so
Lazar's
fucking cool.
gravity A wave and B wave.
That's what I was going to
You
bring
have
up.
AC, right, AC gravity, DC gravity. It's possible.
Well,
that,
my take on Lazar is he was kind of a, it's Bob Lazar is, I mean, the audience is definitely going to know who he is,
Right.
but like, he claimed to have worked at S4 Area 51, reverse engineering UFOs.
Right.
And he also came out saying some interesting things about the flight principles that these, crafts used.
Right.
And he talks about two forms of gravity, gravity A and gravity B.
Right.
And I kind of have come to the conclusion after researching Lazar for a while that he was a limited hangout of a person.
Right,
So, like,
right.
I think this guy, John Lear, who was CIA affiliated,
Right.
pushed him out to Georgia Knapp. And that for whatever reason, the powers that be wanted Lazar out.
Right.
But they wanted him out because I don't think he had a super sophisticated theoretical physics understanding. I think he had like
agree.
more of like a engineering topological physics.
I agree.
And so you have.
Yeah. That's exactly what I think. Is that even Lazar himself said. Even Lazar himself said he didn't know all that stuff. There's only like the theoretical and stuff like that. It was limited and everything. So I mean, and there's different ways to do anti-gravity. There's different ways of doing it. Not just one way.
It's almost
There's
like
different
gravity
ways,
gravity A,
different
gravity B. That's not
possibilities.
saying too much.
Right.
But if you're
It's
smart enough,
fucking awesome.
maybe you can get initiated or something.
It's-
Figure that out.
Right, and that's why I
Right.
say again, I myself am still 50-50 as to where I stand with the entire story of
Yeah.
Mr. Lazar.
Right.
But I do think that there are
Me
interesting
too,
correlations between what he claimed was the A and B wave and then Ning Li's AC
Right.
and DC
Me
gravity
too.
waves.
Me too.
So what are these two forms of gravity? How do they work?
So basically, you have DC gravity that allegedly, at least according
Right.
to the very general abstract of her report, and forgive me because I can't really expand past this point. However, the idea is that there's a static type of gravitational wave that does not depend on the square root of the electric permittivity, but rather depends on the strength of the source of the magnetostatic field in which it's coming from. And then there's AC gravity, which is far stronger and is not static in any capacity. It is something that you would utilize in a pulsed-based scenario, in which would actually, if you were to view its geometry, would emit the same way that in the same geometry that a caduceus or double helix would.
Interesting. Emit
Yeah.
what? Gravitons?
Gravitons, correct.
So gravity particles.
Right. Now, I say that because I think the term gravitons is still controversial in mainstream science. However, there are papers that were funded by the MITRE Corporation going back 20, 25 years that show that gravitons were both very high frequency and extremely
followed by the appropriate quantization scheme. From an analysis of the coupled field interaction Hamiltonian, one can derive a completely classical scattering cross-section for the decay of photons into gravitons and photons. So it changes. And thus describe simple physical mechanism for the generation of gravitons in lab experiments. It is shown that astronomical detection of galactic ELF, electromagnetic VHF gravitons near Earth, is presently feasible. An alternative graviton production scheme involving low energy laser photon and high energy electron beam scattering in a linear collider is described and compared to the photon scattering decay scheme. changes. So it changes. Okay, it changes over time. Let's see. The evaluation of a scheme to generate gravitons in a lab using a pulse power system and ultra high intensity. Wow, fuck. Shows technology is several years away. No, it's not. Let's see. The energy and sizing requirements for generating a significant number of gravitons. A speculation on a future space propulsion system is described, whereby an intense, highly collimated beam of high-frequency gravitons is produced and emitted from the propulsion system. Einstein's general relativity theory allows for a beam of gravitational radiation to be used as a propellant because gravitational waves are ripples in the curvature of space-time. Curvature. It goes back to the curvature of space-time, such that we can use this propellant to attain acceleration simply by injecting one hard vacuum into another. Graviton, photon electrons. Evaluation. The scheme to generate gravitons in a power system. Sizing requirements. Propellant vacuum to attain acceleration simply by injecting one hard vacuum into another. I don't get all of this, but let's see. Electrodynamics and gravitation may be written in Hamiltonian form, and quantization carried out an approximation scheme for weak fields. We assume that space is also flat. No, let's see, and almost Lorentz metric appropriate. Then we can write the metric tensor as a Lorentz metric plus a small quantity of the first order. Space-time metric tensor is unit metric tensor. Small first order metric quantity. So quantity, unit tensor, we're still denote just
the Earth's atmosphere. Now, why that hasn't been more publicly stated, I don't know. I'd be happy to.
This all connects together. Graviton, photon. That's photon. It's graviton. Photon. Decay of a photon into a photon and a graviton. I expected I need to go over this. I need to really go over everything. It's just usually I get ADD'd out on different things. Joules. There's joules. Let me see. Energy equivalent of a quarter ton of TNT. Hamiltonian, Maxwell Fields tensor, canonical. It's an interaction term. See, let's see, contrast, let's see. There's no estimate of graviton production cross-section is that cubic meter of space containing 10-15 ERGs, electric energy, which then gives to the 10th.
To provide you the documents privately. I also know that the Soviets, before the Soviet Union fell, were looking into essentially the notion that Einstein's general relativity was a very rudimentary, static understanding of space-time itself. I know Einstein himself flip-flopped on the notion of the quantum vacuum or the ether.
Yeah.
I think he was for it, then he was against it, then for it, then against it, and I'm not sure. You know, there's rumors that he worked with Nikola Tesla before he passed. As to whether that could be substantiated or not, I don't know. I wasn't around at the time.
Well, he definitely, I think, early on with special relativity, he was like, relativity is not compatible with the ether, and then I think in 1921-ish, he then says actually general relativity is compatible with the ether, but it was sort of silent, and people forgot about it.
Correct.
And then you have quantum electrodynamics and Feynman later. And like the vacuum of space is filled with energy, and so
Right.
he's kind of like reinstantiating the ether, sort of.
I think so. Yeah.
But I want to get back to gravitons because
Yes,
there's a really
it is.
interesting article.
It is. And this goes into UFOs and energy and stuff. And there's energy in space that you can pull off from different sources and everything else. Everything fits together. And pulling energy from the Earth, pulling from space, and how we can go from here to space, go through all space, go through time, just go through all this stuff. It makes perfect fucking sense. Perfect sense. There's energy everywhere. There could be blank spots and everything like that, but propulsion just
Of
goes right through this
1956
and other
called
place.
"The G Engines Are Coming"
This
or
another
something
place
like
to
that.
go.
It's by this guy
Just
Michael
keep on
Gladich,
going.
and
Yes.
it's all about how we have all these vital anti-gravity programs. Those anti-gravity programs are kind of analogous to our atomic programs,
Right.
And we're going to beat gravity, and it's right around the bend. And in it is quoted, I believe, two scientists at Princeton, Stanley Desser and Richard Arnowit.
Okay.
And it says these guys are working we figured out G particles, gravity
Right.
particles.
Right.
And I find that to be such an interesting part.
Right. This is the part how you can flip gravity. Because these are gravity particles. This goes into where there's energy everywhere, including space and everything else. Because you're talking about particles that could go through the earth itself. It goes through our bodies and everything else. Everything freaking makes sense. If you can harness this stuff, flip it, and use it bounce back on itself.
Part
You're gonna
of
be
the article that
floating
like
off
nobody
the
really
table.
talks
So
about
it
is like
is.
these guys are talking
You're
about
rising
gravity
up and
particles.
everything else.
Right, exactly. All these publications and whether it was in the literature or newspaper,
Yes!
Going back to the 1950s all the way to the 70s. I've always said, as I've said to you privately, once the late 1970s hit, there are some papers still that came out in the 80s dealing with spinning gyroscopes with certain electrical and other components applied to them, where the spinning gyroscope would lose some of its mass, and then
Hold it. Each gyroscope is composed of the stator, rotor, and rigid frame. Rotors, 139.86 numbers, are used in their diameter, 5.86, respectively. The materials of the rotors are brass, aluminum, and silicon steel. The dynamic balance, which is the criterion of the maximum deviation of the center of a rotor's mass. Oh my God. The fluctuation of the rotational frequency, this is gyroscope, both rotations, spinning and stuff like that, creates different energy and stuff like that. Chemical balance overview, experimental apparatus, chemical balance. Let's see, gyroscope, really. Voltage amplifier, how this goes and how energy creates energy. All the stuff in the movement, how it creates energy. How these things that sound so freaking ridiculous and stupid actually creates this exotic magic technologies. That's not even really it's much more than technology. It's magic. Some of it is magic, some of it is the spirit, and everything else. Like how we use telepathy, psionics to go through space and time, see things back in space and time, have psychic events, visions, stuff like that. It's part of magic in the spirit and everything else. It's magic, and this is this is the physical and everything like that. But let's see, carry environment magnetic field. You're totally due to geomagnetism, the degree of vacuum in a container is gyroscopes. And this is the thing, in the 1950s, because of atomic weapons. We had these sci-fi movies, and it had gyroscopes, and it had all these spinning mechanisms with their rods, and they would just be spinning. They'd just be spinning. And they would create all this energy for a whole city. You know, interplanetary cities, underground cities, and these, you can see it sometimes in sci-fi films. Forbidden Planet. Look at that Forbidden Planet.
When the gyroscope was turned towards the Earth's axis or against the Earth's axis, depending which way you pointed it, it would gain some of the mass back. So in other words, it was conducted in magnetically shielded laboratories. It was shown, for example, that certain effects would occur that were not artifacts experimentally, that could not be ruled out.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
How does doing all this stuff? How does doing these experiments allow for mass reduction?
The idea is that you can exchange. Now, this is where it becomes very esoteric, but the idea is that you can exchange the internal mass of an object with the local environment or the local space-time itself. So the notion that energy cannot be created or destroyed would be correct. You're just basically cycling that energy in and out from the object because of spin coupled to an electromagnetic induction field combined with something else that I'll tell you off the air that would allegedly prove this to, or show at least proof of concept that there would be mass reduction.
And this is the work of Salvatore Pais, where he's saying that, like, if
Don't say it off the air. I can
couple
find out
spin
anyway.
with these specific electromagnetic
I can
charges,
find out easily.
you can break the Schwinger limit. You get this runaway.
Right now, the idea is with regard the Schwinger limit is essentially very simply put the.
I mean, I don't like that. That pisses me off a lot. It's not really shown on camera. What the fuck is up with that? What the fuck?
Notion that after a certain threshold of electromagnetically, the vacuum becomes nonlinear.
Yes,
so to speak. I think it was, I forgot what it was, 10 to the power of 8. I don't want to say.
And Hal Puthoff talks about electrically polarizable vacuums as well.
Yes,
so it's like,
I'm a big proponent of that.
And then you have this speech from Jim Ryder, who's a Lockheed Martin Space Systems guy, who we now know tried to transfer a quote-unquote UFO to Bigelow Aerospace in 2008, according to Lou Elizondo, a bunch of other people.
Right.
And he talks about an electrically polarizable vacuum as well, and maybe an interesting analogy for the audience if you're like me and an idiot when it comes to this stuff. Like if you had like a plastic bag with water in it, and you were to like press down on one side, that would be sort of electrically polarizing the vacuum, and maybe you could surf space-time as a result.
The same way a surfer surfs on water, or water waves, correct. If we
say there's a little surfer figurine on the bag or whatever, it surfs down the
exactly. And now that would be using vacuum polarization, as Dr. Puthoff, I believe, has a fantastic paper on space-time metric engineering, that shows that. Now, if I could clarify, as I understand it, that is a little bit different than actually.
That just pisses me off. You're not willing to show it on camera. It's like you're hiding something. That's like you're fucking hiding something. That pisses me off. It does. You know, people that want to learn it and see stuff, that's complete bullshit. It pisses me off. And that's what I'm here to do.
Having a device that would emit through pulse-based systems high-frequency gravitational waves. However, the physics are indeed interconnected, very much so.
And how do you get to a thing that emits high-frequency gravitational waves?
Well, there's speculation that very intense lasers could do it in what's considered like a Hull room array. There's speculation that you can use, this is very controversial, but you can use superconductors to do it. There are speculation.
It's because of the energy it emits.
For example, that you could use certain geometrical setup of superconductors that could induce these effects. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
So what
useful stuff can you do? Because we're speaking really
Sure,
abstractly right
sure,
now.
sure.
What can you do that changes the world with any of these things?
You can essentially, forgive me because this is where I'm going to have to be careful, but you can essentially do things, for example, from an energy perspective where maybe, and I say this speculatively, it's possible that you can output more.
It's not exactly speculation if it's real though. If they're using it, government's using it, so it's not really speculation. I mean, you're trying to be careful. It's really pissing me off because it's not helping us. I'm here to fucking learn this shit, and I'm wasting my time at this point. I'm wasting my time. We're at 38 minutes. How long has this gone on? 4 hours, 28 minutes, 4.5 freaking hours. When I do something, I better learn something like this. I'm not here, for you to censor stuff. Me, I don't give a fuck what the government thinks. Fuck the government. I want us to know stuff. This is my job to put it out there, everyone to learn about it. 4.5 hours. I'm doing this for free.
Or energy in a
Our
device
job
than your
is for everybody to know about
which would imply coefficient of performance over 1, which would violate the second law of thermodynamics, and there would need to be a readjustment to the law of conservation of energy because you're dealing with a larger open system. So if you implement the vacuum and the vector and scalar potentials into your equations, it would actually be feasible. Second law of thermodynamics, it would be completely violated because, again, it's possible in these cases we would be dealing in some cases with electrical currents that are cold instead of hot, which is very controversial to say. That would be one aspect. Another aspect would be, for example, the ability, for example, as we see with Dr. Hal Puthoff's invention, where he's using vector and scalar potentials to communicate. That would be an extreme breakthrough and revolution. Another example would be the work of Sal Paez, for example, in which you see that you could have craft that could basically be a transmedium type craft that could go through water, air, etc., without, as if the water, air didn't exist, because the field around the craft is.
This is what I've been telling people. When there's a UFO, I've talked about this for decades and stuff. That there's an atmosphere that these vehicles have. And it totally negates everything. So I know I ain't talking bullshit. All these other people say it. And everything, I've always been right about this. Yeah, always been right. Always have. Because I can see it. I can see them traversing space,
which is very controversial to say. That would be one aspect. Another aspect would be, for example, the ability, for example, as we see with Dr. Hal Puthoff's invention, where he's using vector and scalar potentials to communicate. That would be an extreme breakthrough and revolution. Another example would be the work of Sal Paez, for example, in which you see that you could have craft that could basically be a transmedium type craft that could go through water, air, etc., without, as if the water, air didn't exist, because the field around the craft itself.
That's it! Yes! Like it doesn't exist around it. Because it's interdimensional in a way. It negates all space-time, all molecular structure, all this stuff. Everything around it. all mechanics, all this stuff, all the physics. It negates everything.
The reality of space-time itself, as controversial as that is.
So free energy, building real UFOs, basically.
Right.
Like,
it's not controversial. It's real. I've seen it.
Limit.
Right.
And then exotic communications as well.
Correct.
That traverses space-time
and even healing medical aspects that are, again, for example, sorry to cut you off, but Luc Montagnier, his DNA water teleportation paper.
Do you believe that? Because I've always found that. So this is, by the way, French Nobel Prize winner who discovered the gene.
There's always ways to do stuff you don't understand. It's our human minds. It's our human minds that we're used to this stuff being imagination. I don't know about this for sure, but our human minds, we gotta think outside because we're much more than human. We're not human. This is not us. We're actually electromagnetic energy and everything. And this is why I call this stuff magic and spirit, because technology can't do all this. I mean, it's a part with some of it, but that's just the human part of it. The physical, it's the physical. It's that you have this stupid technology, circuit boards and you use, these parts and everything like that, voltage and stuff like that, and what other non-human intelligence and our spirits
genome for HIV, and so he was lauded for that. After that, in his career, he started getting into some really interesting, trippy ideas. One of which was that there are these aqueous nanostructures in DNA that involve communication, semantic communication, transfer, and storage, basically, of information.
Right.
And he was kind of laughed out of the room from a conventional science perspective, but. You think there's something to it?
I'm not a gambler, but I would bet money there's something there.
I've always been sympathetic to it. Why do you think there's money there? And then I can tell you why I'm interested in
it. Experiments I've witnessed.
Interesting.
Can
you say anything more?
Unfortunately, no one. Forgive me, because I don't mean to be
like
I don't mean to be overly vague.
Well, I can speak for you. Have you heard of Konstantin Meil?
I have.
Okay, so he's in the Black Forest in Germany.
Yep.
And he deals with extended electrodynamics, but from a kind of biological systems perspective.
Right.
And he writes about DNA resonance with, specific scalar longitudinal waves. Actually, one of the scalar waves is called heliocoidal.
Right.
And so you might think, if form follows function, or function follows form, that if you have these wave types that basically look like DNA, maybe they're meant for DNA to be the receivers.
Right.
And so there's also another guy named Andrei Puharich who was very interested in extended electrodynamics, or extremely low frequencies, and how they would affect kind of brain waves and even semantic information.
Right. And if I could say, I would dare to argue that all of what we've been discussing, from the propulsion aspect all the way to the communications, to the biological, to the energy aspect, all deal with these longitudinal waves in some capacity or another. There is a harmonic component, there's a sound component that has been completely removed from...
Yes, there is. Hell, some magic that we do, we use sound, and that can levitate. Sound can levitate. There is sound that can levitate an object as well, not just voltages or these other magic type
the teachings of electrical engineering that in some aspects do exist in some institutions regarding particle physics, but it essentially deals with an asymmetry within space-time itself that you could induce through, for example, things like superconducting resonance circuits, the tank circuits as they're called. And certain avenues going down that road. I do, forgive me, I do have to be careful. But yes, there may be some resonance, may be a significant aspect to all of this.
What is an aspect of this technology that we can speak about that you think will help the most amount of people and be the least dangerous as far as describing the actual nuts and bolts components of how it works? Because
Does anybody have anything out they want to add in this? I'd like to know. Anybody? I don't know. I mean, he's really pissing me off in a lot of ways. And then I can get high a little bit, but when he starts saying, I don't want to say, I'm not going to do this on camera, it actually pisses me off. Because I'm putting my time, your time as well, your time is in this. All of our time, we're putting it into this. And we all want to learn and everything. And this is how I could get really high. I mean, really high.
Right. I'd love to get into like how some of these things work close to the metal, but I realize they're national security sensitivities. And what you haven't told me anything, but what I picked up from you came across certain people entered your life or you came on their radar or whatever is that when maybe you got these interesting downloads around science, you were maybe tapped by people who are kind of in and around government circles.
Right.
Would be my guess, but
that is correct. Yes. Something. Well, what's interesting is that I think, without bringing it up too often, I think that Sal Paez's patents and his work have been by far the most revealing aspect of what propulsion could be applied to, with regards to essentially, again, reducing the mass of an object and so on. But I also think that. See, this is where I'll be very blunt. I believe that this talk of metamaterials, it's not that metamaterials are bad or don't work or are a psyop. Not at all. I think that they have a very fundamental place in the field of physics and materials engineering. Absolutely. However,
each one of these different things have their own place. Like I said, there's ways of getting energy from different places, and there's so many different ways for us to get from one place in the universe to another. And you talk about telepathy, you talk about psychic stuff, that's of the spirit, that's of the mind, that could traverse all technology and everything else, and how you flip it on a curve. I've never seen that in physics. I've never seen that. One of the first was from Einstein, I remember. And I've been village idiot a lot of times on stuff. But I've never seen that curve, too. And you have this, and you have this right here, it's a curve. And everything, and how things could be flipped and turned on itself, and how you could go through space and time through all this.
I think that there has been, and this is not towards any one individual in particular, but there has been a narrative pushed with respect to not discussing that you can use basic materials that we already have and have known about for decades, combined with electromagnetism to induce some of these effects, whether it's energy, communication, propulsion. I think it's because some of these solutions, again, taken with a certain...
Well, there's also that a lot of this is the physical of the flesh of the human body. We have this physical thing, and we also have the ether temporal, the spirit that could do things. So right now with this technology, a lot of what's being discussed is how we are in the physical. Like, we could go outside our bodies and do different things. There's ways of doing that. And when you're talking about telepathy and stuff that's psychic, remote viewing, that's the spirit. How we could go or go into somebody else's mind and speak to them and stuff like that. That's of the spirit. So a lot of stuff that's being talked about with tech and stuff like that.
With a different perspective on old physics. In some cases could be so simple to engineer. In some cases, if one had access to, a decent amount of funding, that it is threatening to people.
The thing is, I know all this. I could get everything that I want, and I could learn it. I just jumble stuff, put stuff together, everything, But the thing is, I want everybody
people
to know
that
about
are
all
looking
this
to
stuff.
suppress
You know what I'm
this.
saying?
So you think
It's like,
the
this is
alien
why we do this, because
narrative
we want to
is
learn about all this
sometimes
stuff.
tech protection?
It's important.
Is used.
I believe there is a legitimate aspect to it, but I think in some cases, yes.
So yeah, I hear that, and then it's just extremely confusing. Every
Right.
time I'm like, oh,
Right.
maybe it's just anti-gravity shit. I'm like,
Right.
I'll give you.
It's much more. It's everything else, not just anti-gravity. It's a lot of different ways of being able to use this, the physical components of the physical and traversing the physical universe into metaphysical, into spiritual universe, into the magic universe and stuff like that. There are so many different ways to do it. That's what makes it confusing. And like the thing is that all of these are like connected in the web and everything. It's like you have all these different things, put here. So many different connections. I wish I could draw this lines here, and it's connected like a web, right? And here's a spider like right here. And there's all these different parts of the web. And it's all the multiverse, and all these different things are connected for us to go beyond this known universe that we're in, space and time.
Be a good example. Okay, so like Townsend Brown, this mid-century
everything.
anti-gravity guy. I think he got like really far. Made a documentary about him.
Right.
And
which was great.
Oh, thank you, man. And he, talks about a couple of materials. So magnesium bismuth, barium titanate.
Right.
They're what's called high K dielectric. So when you have a high K factor, you can store a lot of electromagnetic charge.
Right.
His experiment, which involves a capacitor, so negatively charged plate, positively charged plate.
Yep.
You have to put this neutral insulator in between.
Right.
And that has a high K. When it has a high K factor, you get more thrust. So you
Right.
pump
Oh, I
electricity
see that.
into
I
the
see
whole
that.
thing,
Yeah.
and you get this thrust from negative to positive.
Right.
And so, that in a way that beats gravity. So it's this exciting thing. So he talks about magnesium bismuth, barium titanate, and then I interviewed Gary Nolan too, Stanford professor,
Yes.
and he claims that he has UFO crash parts that he
Right.
received from Jacques Vallée, and it's magnesium bismuth.
Right. Right.
And so I'm like, well, maybe it's just anti-gravity or whatever.
Right, right.
But then you go deeper into Townsend Brown, you realize that he started NICAP, which is the first civilian UFO tracking program in 1956. You could say that was just, doing civilian counter intel for, like American anti-gravity.
The thing is, if he really had that parts, he could have. The government would have taken it away. It's like, naughty boy, what are you doing with these toys? You can't have those toys. You can't have those. That's like, naughty boy, shame on you.
Crafts.
Tricks
you learn
are for
about
kids.
these early
You can't
stories
have
from
that. Anyways,
around the
if you
time that
really
like
business.
DARPA formed, like the late 50s, early 60s, where he would go into the field and find stuff, flash his credentials, do crash retrievals basically. And he found this green fireball thing and it was losing mass, and apparently that was barium titanate. And then he himself had a UFO experience that inspired a lot of his work, kind of like your thing.
Interesting.
So the whole thing gets weird, where the second you're like, maybe it's just anti-gravity stuff, you trip out and you're like, I don't know. I think
it becomes it starts to get very, very, to your point, it starts to get very, very interesting, because I think that at this point in time, I think if there's a sighting of a UAP, I think that most of the time it's hard to tell if that is human-made, whether the source of pure human ingenuity,
UFO.
or whether it's a little bit of that mixed with reverse engineering aspects, or if it's something or someone else entirely. What I will say though is I think we need to look into high voltage experiments that Tesla was playing with, that people these days seem to not be interested in. I think that...
Why high voltage?
I think high voltage induces a polarizable effect within the local vacuum, wherever that voltage is being applied. For example, there was something called the Ebner effect, I believe in the 1990s. I can send you the details to this afterwards, dealing with essentially, there was a small documentary put together, I forgot from which country in Europe, but essentially when extremely high voltage, it was like 500,000 volts or more, were applied to crops. They were growing in ways that the farmers had not seen ever. And so I think this is where it starts to get, again, very esoteric, but the notion is that the ether or the quantum vacuum has within it memory that are stored within these potentials. And these potentials, when practically induced using high voltage, could in fact enable a form of vacuum polarization that can apply to biological systems, propulsive systems, communication systems, and so on and so forth in a way that we would not be able to detect or understand with our current means of technological development.
This is pretty freaky. It feels like playing God a little bit, because you're talking about how matter even comes to form or something in the first place.
It can have a negative effect.
It's interesting you say that about high voltages, 500,000 volts or whatever applied to plants. Townsend Brown was extremely interested in electroculture as well. He lived on Hawaii and would do all these experiments around, having plants grow in specific ways with electroculture.
Yes.
And I look at the work of Townsend Brown and Tesla.
What about radioactivity?
And they're very similar, like what Tesla was doing at Wardenclyffe. High voltages, short distances, where he's claiming to tap the ether for free energy.
Because you have to be careful.
To be somewhat similar to what Townsend Brown is doing.
I agree, and I think one of the things, as we discussed earlier before we started recording, is that I think one of the concerns for groups or elements that don't want this to be discussed or come out is that, or be disclosed in any capacity, is that once you open this can of worms, it opens up a whole other set of discoveries that people would otherwise not know, that people would generally not notice unless they knew that there's a form of asymmetry in the vacuum using potentials that could be induced to create what is called higher symmetry electromagnetics using a vector and scalar potentials. And so I think that what starts happening is you start dealing with things like, again, negative energy, so cold electricity, so cold currents, for example, so you get frostbite. If you were to touch a wire with it with cold currents rather than normally now you get burned if you touch a wire that's got electrical currents.
Would that allow? Because I think about extremely cold, circuits or materials,
and each other.
You hear this theory that maybe UFOs or man-made crafts or whatever that exhibit these exotic flight principles might be sort of acting like quantum macroscopic objects.
I agree.
As you know, I'm always on the hunt for things that help me stay sharp, focused, and full of energy while I'm diving into life's mysteries and making this show happen. And I've got to say, Mudwater has completely transformed my mornings. Back in the day, I used to struggle with that post-coffee crash. And let's not even get into the caffeine jitters. Mudwater gave me the smooth, steady energy I was missing. It's packed with functional mushrooms like lion's mane, chaga, and reishi, plus turmeric and cacao, all working together to keep me focused, calm, and grounded. Honestly, it's like coffee went on a yoga retreat and came back zen. What I love most is that it's not just about replacing coffee, it's a whole new ritual. It's a simple, nourishing way to start the day, and I actually look forward to it every morning.
Is that actual mud? Is that actual ground?
Is USDA
because some people
certified
actually
organic,
eat dirt.
vegan, non-GMO,
Isn't that with
and there's
mushrooms or
zero
what?
sugar. It's energy that doesn't mess with your sleep or make you question your life choices at 3 a.m. Ready to make the switch to
I need
cleaner
protein.
energy? Head to mudwater.com.
I'm
That's
hypo-
MUDWTR.com and grab your starter kit today. Right now, our listeners get an exclusive deal up to 43% off your entire order, plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use code Jesse. That's right, up to 43% off with code Jesse at MUDWTR.com. After your purchase, they'll ask you how you found them. Please show your support and let them know we sent you. Keep your energy natural and refreshing all year long with Mudwater, because life's too short for anything less than clean, delicious energy. And so to maintain.
Why do you call it mud? Hold on. I need to take a leak real quick. Take a little break real quick. Alright. And, anyways, let me see. I want to see it, buddy. Alright. Alright. I need to take a leak real quick. Well, see, okay, so everybody has their views on Lou Elizondo and where's the plant, and so these guys are plant, military intelligence plants and stuff to give us information. And from what I know of the different propulsion systems that we have and what we use in quantum mechanics and stuff like that, I know for myself that a lot of what he says is true. Now, everybody has their agenda, their story, and stuff like that, and everything. But it's like where I do defend Lou Elizondo and stuff like that is where, stuff that I know is real or is true and stuff. So, I mean, anyways, if you like any of this, please leave a like.
In quantum coherence, typically you need to be extremely cold or whatever.
Well, I'm a big fan. I'm a big proponent of the Niels Bohr model of the atom. Niels Bohr believed that superconductors were macroscopic atoms.
You told me that once, and it blew my mind. What does that mean?
So it's possible that superconductors could exhibit very quantum coherence that otherwise would normally be observed at the Planck scale or slightly above. I think there's an entire aspect to superconductors, including things like the Meissner effect and flux pinning, that a lot of people just don't understand, that is right in their faces, that if they truly viewed it in a different way, could induce the type of effects that we're discussing, whether it's, again, the energy stuff, the communication stuff, the propulsion stuff, and so on and so forth. And what I mean by that is, when it comes to superconductors, the traditional theory that's referenced is the Barden-Cooper-Schaefer theory, called BCS theory. I believe all three of these gentlemen won a Nobel Prize for it. What that has left out, as to whether this was conspiratorial or not, I genuinely don't know. But what has been left out has been dealing with lattice holes within superconductors. So again, if you can polarize the lattice of a superconductor, again, we go back to polarization, Dr. Pudov's polarizable vacuum approach, and so on. If we polarize the lattice of a superconductor or of a metal of some sort, it's possible we can start to get effects that would, in fact, again, when other engineering conditions are applied to the superconductor, manipulate light, manipulate gravity, and so on. There was a paper from 1992 with Douglas Torr and Ning Li that showed that the quantization for angular momentum in superconductors resides within the lattice holes of the superconductor and not the Cooper pairs. The Cooper pairs are attributed to the BCS, Barden-Cooper-Schaefer theory.
Wow.
And so there's an entire little thrown out pocket of this that I think should be looked at much more strongly.
And so how do you maintain coherence through the lattice holes? Because I think about low temperature superconductors and Cooper pairs, and there are ways to explain that. How do you explain that kind of deterministically?
Well, essentially, geometry. Well, you polarize the lattice, but then the superconductor itself, maybe it's conical, maybe it's cylindrical, maybe it's a ring, so to speak. If you were to engineer something that would match or fit or abide by the longitudinal waves, if you were to envision these slinkies all around us, it's possible you may start to see effects that you otherwise would not if you were dealing with just a square superconductor, for example. It's possible that these effects may... Geometry is everything, in my opinion. When it comes to materials engineering, geometry is everything. And so I think that you can witness certain effects in the laboratory with, $4,000 or $5,000 worth of experiment, worth of material. That if the superconductor was not a ring superconductor, if it was, say, a puck with no hole in it in the center, or it was a square superconductor, you would not see unless it were a ring superconductor. It's possible, again, that these longitudinal waves are vortex-like in nature as well. So we need to materially engineer something that would abide by the geometry of what this structure of these longitudinal waves are, so that these transverse Hertzian waves can then overlap with one another and then create, basically tap the vacuum fluctuations of the scalar field that otherwise you would not be able to do. If hopefully that's an adequate enough answer.
So the lattice structures are like
geometric inductors to
it's a
convert
compilation.
electromagnetic
It's a
waves to
compilation
come
of
back
everything
to
together.
the actual
That's
fabric of
fucking awesome.
space-time.
Right, correct. So
It
the idea
makes
is that, like, for
sense.
generating high-frequency gravitational waves, for example, you need to oscillate the mass
it's
of
a
a quadrupole.
combination.
A
All right.
quadrupole is when you have two dipoles. That a dipole is the space between two atoms with a positive and a negative charge.
Right.
The idea is that a quadrupole, when you oscillate that, you can actually emit gravitational waves from it. Now, if you could do it using superconductors, and I say that carefully, if it would be in a very low energy format, so you would not like induce emit gravitons that would break a door down or something. But if you could find a way to pair that with the strong nuclear force, then you may be able to. And I also again believe that's what Dr. Paez's some of his work was trying to allude to.
Wow. Okay, so you have these
Wow.
lattice structures
right
in these conductive materials.
Right.
And that allows for electromagnetism to sort of interact with space-time in exotic ways?
Geometrically, right. So we initially talked about spinning, a capacitor, which would be a mechanical version. But a solid-state version would be using a superconductor in, for example, immersed in liquid helium, for example. Liquid helium is far more effective to induce these effects compared to liquid nitrogen. But the idea would be that the electrons move along a path that that is asymmetrical because the lattice is asymmetrical. Because when you polarize the lattice, you break the symmetry of that lattice. So you get now these non-linear effects that, if we go back to when we first started talking, when a lattice is symmetrical, it is basically abiding by a flat static space-time. When a lattice is now asymmetrical, you're curving space-time. The electrons start to move in a non-linear sense.
So when you break the lattice, then you're having the electrons move in this non-linear way.
When you break the symmetry of any particle field, no, I shouldn't say particle field. I have to watch my words here, forgive me. When you break the symmetry of space-time itself, and in some cases that would be polarizing the lattice of a superconductor, for example, you can get these non-linear effects that are the result of electromagnetic induction, but become something else entirely, topologically.
Fascinating. So what does it become that's different topologically?
At that point, you can start to bend light. You can start to have this pairing of electricity and gravity. This goes back to the missing Heaviside equations. I know there's a lot of controversy surrounding did Heaviside butcher Maxwell's equations or not. What I can say is that it is well known, to my knowledge, behind the scenes, that there's an entire Heaviside component that basically misses a circuit from an engineering aspect. Now, what I mean by that is, back in the early 1900s, Heinrich Lorentz, he did something that was called symmetrical regauging of Maxwell's quaternions, because Maxwell was told, you're not going to be able to get your quaternions across to the engineers at the time, which had the education of electricians today. So you have to chop it and get it simpler. You have to only deal with the right angle vector and nothing outside of that vector field, basically. And what's outside of that vector field? The scalar potentials. Now, essentially what happened was Lorentz threw the baby out with the bathwater. Again, I don't know if this was a conspiracy or not. I wasn't there at the time, but the entire Lorentz regauging aspect has basically how can I put it, stagnated the mainstream field of particle physics.
And for the audience, the Lorentz equation is the sum of the vector and scalar potentials, and Lorentz sets this to zero, right?
Correct. What he did was he played a clever trick. When he chopped up Maxwell's quaternions, and for the audience, if I may say, in a very simple manner, you say to me, Dave, let's order a pizza. The pizza comes, and I say to you, there's 12 slices, but I say to you, Jesse, there's only one slice. And you go, Dave, what do you mean? There's another 11 slices. And I go, no, ignore the 11. There's just one. That's basically what Lorentz did.
Right.
Wow.
That's in a very simple regard, that's basically what Lorentz did. Now, by doing that, he played a clever trick. He said, and I quote, he didn't deny that the energy outside the vector field existed. He didn't deny that the scalar potentials existed. But what he said was, and I quote, they have no physical significance. That's basically, it's like, it's basically saying that you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And I know that there was, forgot who said this, but it's like saying we have a boat, right, on the water. And we have all this wind around the boat, but the wind is not touching our boat. It's not pushing our sail. Well, it's
a problem because theory is supposed to be a descriptor of ontological reality.
Right.
To the extent that it can be, and you believe science can be a descriptor of reality.
Right.
It's an attempt at that. It should never be narrowly confined to present engineering capabilities.
I agree.
Because in the future, engineering capabilities will always, get that much more amazing. So you do all these exotic things with materials in the 1970s and 80s that you couldn't, in the 1890s.
I couldn't agree more.
You don't want to constrain that within an equation.
Exactly, and I do believe, with the utmost respect to theorists, although I know for a fact behind the scenes the theory is well understood and top theorists understand this. With that said, I do believe that there are certain calculations within theoretical physics that may seem very minuscule or may seem like an artifact at first, but if you could take those equations and apply a form of practical engineering to it, you would get phenomena that would then force the theorists to readjust their model to the new phenomena that you see in the lab. Theory itself is not going to take, like Feynman said it best, and he was a theorist. He said, I don't care how beautiful your theory is, how eloquent it seems, if it can't be engineered, it's wrong. If it can't be experimentally verified, it's wrong. And so I think that, as we know, Richard Feynman and John Wheeler calculated, there's enough energy inside the size of a coffee cup to evaporate all of the world's oceans if you could practically get it up in there. At first, they thought it was an artifact of the mathematics, but it turns out that it's not. And so basically, when Lorentz resymmetrized the Maxwell's quaternions, he completely removed all the potentials dealing with the outside of the right angle vector, the vector field itself. And so I think that this has to do with, for example, Dr. Puthoff's vector and scalar potential communication, where there are no E and B fields, but you have toroidal geometries that exist in which you can transmit information through topological infolding and outfolding, as David Bohm used to call it. Basically, the idea that if you have a particle, inside that particle is made up of smaller versions of the same particle. So in other words, fractals that tend to fold in and out geometrically if you could electromagnetically create such an effect in that regard. And these potentials may be able to enable that. There's a Lockheed Martin patent called a coherent matter wave beam that deals with using the Aronoff-Bohm effect, basically using the potentials themselves, not the fields, but the potentials to cohere.
I mean, they say this stuff don't exist, but yet they have patents to it. I mean, they got patents to Star Trek stuff, people do, which they don't have a right to. They don't have a right to whatsoever. It's just they're trying to keep stuff away from the citizenry, and to keep normal people out of it and militarize it and stuff like that. For military purposes, but it's crazy how all this stuff
matter itself in a way that would basically self-organize the particles. So there's a lot there that
program matter or something. Like, how do you do that?
Well, that's the thing. The idea is that space-time itself is I say this carefully, a living structure that has memory. And so what happens is if you can induce these vector and scalar potentials in an engineering sense, you start to witness geometries that would otherwise you would not be able to notice with the standard Hertzian waves in an engineering regard. I know that that's very controversial to theorists, although I know theorists behind the scenes that openly say, no, this has been known for decades in a very confidential regard.
So, okay, let's get really specific with the Puthoff stuff.
Sure.
He's talking about quantum communications via these scalar and vector potentials.
Correct.
So how do you do that? So I think about like a classic example with a limit to a transverse Hertzian wave is you're trying to do undersea communications. You have a perpendicular, magnetic field, a B field, and, as a result of that, you're going to get a lot of electron pair off and a, very fast decay function on any sort of signal sent out underwater.
Right.
How do you get around that with something like, Puthoff's?
It's possible, like we talked about voltage, focusing purely on voltage. focusing on acoustic resonance.
But specifically, like, what would you do? Like, how would you?
I think there are certain things that if you used voltage and pulsed the superconductor, for example, you would be able to transmit information in a non-linear regard that otherwise would not be possible using E and B fields.
Okay. Speaking high level.
I think that pulsing superconductors with pure voltage is very interesting.
Have you heard the term topological insulator?
Absolutely.
So this is something I'm just learning about because I have a friend who kind of works in some sensitive areas in national security. He goes pseudonymously by the name Jack. And we've started to interview, do technical series together and speak to people who are honestly above my pay grade when it comes to science. Like, he helped me out on the PAIS interview, for example.
Oh, amazing. Okay.
And he talks about these topological insulators, these materials that barium titanate, magnesium bismuth are examples of.
Yep.
Is that the type of superconductor that if you pulse, you might be able to engage in some sort of quantum comms with?
And also, there are multiple ways to skin this cat. That's the thing. Everything we've been talking about, there are multiple ways to pursue this. However, I think whether it's barium titanate, whether it's yttrium barium copper oxide, there's a couple of low temperature superconductors with high temperature combinations using voltage and acoustic resonance could in fact be able to transmit information that never decays. I don't mean, for the record, I don't mean to speak for Dr. Pudov, but I find his work absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
His entire set of papers on his Earth Tech website is acted as a mentor type guide to me. There are things there that are revolutionary in a way that is like it would break people's minds with regards to, wait, you're telling me that this type of approach can be taken and all of a sudden we get these effects that are considered beyond the pale from a mainstream sense?
How should we view this from a pure science and civilian sector,
right?
You're telling me that you have these quantum comms that don't decay over space-time. That seems like the way an advanced alien race would communicate. That seems like it would be this massive, exciting unlock for society. How do we view this from a national security perspective? Because I tried to get in touch.
Right. Well, one thing is that these guys are dealing with technological ways to do this. For me and some others, we're doing it through the spirit. They're doing the physical, mortal. Me, I do it through the spirit, immortal ways, and everything else. So, I mean, this has a lot to do with technology. There's different ways of doing these technologies, not technologies, but magic. And this is technology, but when it comes to psychic stuff and communicating telepathically through the stars or whatever, or communicating with ETs, non-human intelligence. That's the spirit, it's not technology, and this is more technology.
With a guy named Lee Hively, who's working in extended electrodynamics, and a friend that helped with facilitate that.
Yep.
He got in trouble.
Yep.
Hively freaked out and was like, you shouldn't be reaching out to me, and I think he put the Navy press or something on the thread.
Yep.
And I was just like, hey man, I just wanted to have a conversation, and 99% of my stuff is offline.
Right.
And I always say publicly, if I'm told that for serious national security purposes I should stop covering a specific thing,
right,
I will always do it.
Right.
And anyway, so I usually don't get the door shut in my face, but I did with Hively.
Well, I can give you an example.
Extended electrodynamics.
Right.
So.
Well, I can give you an example of what this vector and scalar potentials could do other than communication that would overlap into national security. For example, you could use this similar method to surveil a room without cameras.
Interesting.
You can use the potentials that exist all around us right now in the quantum vacuum to surveil an entire room.
How would you do that?
That I can't get into, unfortunately, but it is possible. It's very if you can use it for communication, why not in other areas?
Bullshit!
And I know for a fact it's.
I mean, the thing is, this is where like the spirit part comes in. I mean, there's out of body where, I don't know. I'm not speaking for them or anything, because what they're talking about is, I don't know, it could be techno. It's omni. It's different levels. You know, tip power, whatever. But for me, it'd be like more like out of the body, and how you can see outside your body. You could go out of your body. You could go to other rooms, you know, and one can see what's going on. And that's remote viewing. That's different psychic abilities, stuff like that. They could be talking about something else, but
it's like, you know, you shouldn't be reaching out to me. And I think you put like the, you know, Navy Press or something on the thread.
Yep.
And I was just like, hey man, I just wanted to have a conversation, and 99% of, you know, my stuff is offline.
Right.
And I always say publicly, if I'm told that for serious national security purposes I should stop covering a specific thing,
right,
I will always do it.
Right.
And anyway, so I usually don't get the door shut in my face, but I did with high.
Well, I wouldn't, but anyways, the people have a right to know about this stuff. This is the thing. If you want to be one of those guys, you know, that wants to keep stuff out of, you know, everybody should learn this stuff. It should be for everybody. It should be relegated to stupid military.
I can give you an example.
Extended electrodynamics.
Right, well, I can give you an example of what this vector and scalar potentials could do other than communication that would overlap into national security. For example, you could use this similar method to surveil a room without cameras.
Interesting.
You can use the potentials that exist all around us right now in the quantum vacuum to surveil an entire room.
How would you do that?
That I can't get into, unfortunately, but it is possible. It's very if you can use it for communication, why not in other areas? And I know for a fact it's possible. I know a group that is working in the government that has been working on this since the 90s. And they've had massive success. It's not like an ongoing prototype.
Yeah.
It's been established. They're just working on multiple new versions of it.
Do you think humans themselves, like, were like these hard drive avatars or something of something higher? Because I think about, you know, DNA uses binary code. So
right.
AGCT, you basically just have, you know, base pairs. You have two combos.
I'll
so
tell
I think
you
of
something.
Ones and zeros.
I'll tell you something I think of DNA if you want that is highly controversial. But
yeah, tell me.
I think there's a third strand to our DNA. I think that the two helixes that we're used to, I think there's a third one down the middle that is physical but exists at the Planck scale, and I think it's electrically conductive.
How would that not dawn?
That would make kind of sense in how we're not all human, though, and how we're energy. That would make sense in how it's like when we're dead, there's like this splice of us that's where we're. It does make sense in that. It does make total sense. And, you know, of course, some have talked about us having some even alien
on like all these biologists and geneticists.
You've interviewed someone who knows.
Okay, I think I know who you're talking about.
You've interviewed somebody who knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The initials GN. Or
no comment.
Okay. Interesting. Well, that would be pretty fascinating. And what would that mean implications-wise?
Well, it would mean that what we call junk DNA is not junk, first off.
What bullshit. Oh, boy. I don't like that. I don't like that. Because you're keeping stuff like this for the people and everything. Oh, God. Let me see. How many hours? Jesus Christ. I do this for everybody to know and everything like that. And it's like, it doesn't help. I don't give a shit about national security. I don't. I have no respect in keeping stuff like this that we have a right to know and everything. I might go over this later, but I need to get me some energy in me. And nobody's commenting or anything. If you liked any of this or anything that I've talked about or anything, please leave a like. This stuff. I've got through. I did go through a lot of other stuff. Everything is connected. And everything makes sense. And there's a way to explain it to where we can all understand it. You know, it doesn't have to be gibberish, where it's like, it's not supposed to be where we don't understand it. There's a way to learn this stuff. For even a dumbass like me could do it, you know? So, I mean, it's like, that, you know, anybody can. It's how it's explained and everything. And how they put these parts together, because I've seen some of the stuff put together and how it happens. I've seen it. But then DARPA comes and takes it away. You know, FBI. You know, stupid government takes our toys away and everything. But anyways, I've done a good amount of time. I may do some gigs because I need to also get some energy. Like I was getting high, but each time he does this BS, you know, I crash. I get that crash and I crash, and I can't have that. I can't have high and I crash because then I just get real tired and everything. It doesn't help.